Chapter 1051. In another place where the pillars of creation were hidden. This was still the hidden place in the southwest region of the ultimate plane region. The three pillars of creation were very close to each other. At this time, they had all become one huge snow-white pillar. 10 energy light pillars slowly revolved around the pillars of creation. Oh, before Yun Nuashing repaired the light element seal, there were only 9 light pillars. As the last pillar of creation in the ultimate plane region was repaired, the huge formation in the sky sent down a bolt of white lightning. It landed on the pillar of creation, and a strange energy quietly gathered. After that bolt of white lightning, the ultimate plane region's heaven separation great formation was declared complete. It quietly hid in the void of the divine realm, accumulating energy. The third protective formation has also been repaired. Little White crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at him. There were some strange colors in her eyes. You were crazy and powerless just a moment ago, and the next second, you're here to continue repairing the pillars of creation. Yun Nuashing looked up, thought for a moment, and said casually, "What needs to be repaired still needs to be repaired. Even if the divine realm is going to explode, it won't happen in a year or 2. If there are no accidents, this disaster will be avoided by the ultimate protection of the pillars of creation. The great reincarnation that will come an era later will be the main force that will destroy the divine realm. Anyway, when the time comes, you'll definitely rush up according to the situation." Little White poked his waist with her elbow and teased. "That's impossible." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and extracted the ancient law fragments that were gathered in the pillars of creation. He said faintly, "Unless I can gather enough energy to help me, otherwise I won't rush up. I'm not a selfless person. This kind of thing to me right now is something that will definitely happen. At least, something will definitely happen to me." Little White smiled bitterly. "You're really decisive in your denial." Lon Xianer thought for a moment. "Brother Nuashing, what's the minimum requirement? How many people do you need to gather, and what level of power?" "The total power of 10 million ordinary gods." Yun Nuashing said faintly. Lon Xian, and Little White were speechless. "Isn't this a little too scary?" "You think it's scary? In that case, I'll use another excuse of the same level." Yun Nuashing glanced at the two of them and continued, 1,000 early heavenly gods or 10 peak heavenly gods. Moreover, if they are special, they should be on a similar level to me in the past. Isn't that even scarier? Whitey grimaced in pain. Although it sounded like the level was much lower, why did the quality soar by a large margin? An ordinary god and a peak heavenly god were not on the same level at all. That's why I said that it's basically impossible. Even if all the lives in the deity realm were to gather all of their strength, they would only barely reach the standard. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly. If the gap between a heavenly god and a god was so huge, then the gap between a god and a non-godly god would be even more insurmountable. Even if the amount was to be accumulated, the number would still be astronomical. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and sighed. The ultimate sublimation of the godly right allows one to recover the full power of a heavenly god in an instant. However, the duration is limited. This is like walking on a tightrope. It's as dangerous as walking on a strand of hair. After a period of time, I will be extremely weak and there will be a conflict between my godly soul and my body. This body may not be able to withstand that kind of power, and this is just on the surface. If I use up all the energy in my body in that kind of situation, there will only be one outcome left. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and waved it. This was the reason why he needed to gather such a huge amount of power. He could not use up all of his own power, so at this moment he needed another source of energy. However, the energy capacity of a heavenly god who had stood at the peak of the heavenly god realm for many years was not a small amount. It might not even be enough to drain all the energy in the starry sky. In the past, I created 1,000 empty worlds and did not let them evolve into life. I stored them in my body and used them as a source of energy for recovery. This is the case for most heavenly gods. The energy level of the worlds that we create will increase according to our own strength. Therefore, the number of worlds that we use to recover our godly power basically does not change. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the two of them. I think that if I explain it this way, you can roughly understand how much energy is needed. A heavenly god needed to absorb an enormous amount of energy that was close to limitless every time they recovered. The energy in their source worlds was not enough, so they could only bring their own energy sources. Moreover, the energy in those worlds could be regenerated as long as it did not destroy the source of the world. As for the 1,000 worlds that he created, they were all destroyed. They were completely destroyed in the last 2 battles. Little White sighed bitterly and spread out his hands. Say no more. I can't do it. Forget it. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the sky outside. Well, it's fine as long as you understand. I'm not a completely heartless person. As long as there's hope, I'll still act at the right time. However, I won't sacrifice my life for that. There's still many things that I need to do in this life. I can't afford to lose my life just yet. Even if it wasn't for this reason, I won't sacrifice myself just to save so many irrelevant people in the divine realm. My life will only burn for the things that I acknowledge. For example, Little White glanced at him. Yun Nuashing. Little White was silent. He even turned his gaze away and pretended that he was looking at the sky. Little White did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the ultimate plane region, the pillars of creation that could always be seen on the horizon seemed to have merged into a black or white wall in the distance. Ordinary vision did not seem to be displayed. Only when one really flew over could one see that it was actually a huge pillar that was scattered across the ultimate plane region. The pillars of creation of the Zenith Plane region and the Taiyuan Plane region have all become unstable. The other 2 origin regions are calm for the time being. In the Divine Prefecture, some of the pillars of creation in the Western region have also shown slight changes. Yun Nuashing said as he looked at the distant sky. Didn't they change together? Could it be that the unstable protection will only be activated in these 2 origin regions? If that's the case, Little White was slightly stunned. If that was the case, then the broken pillars should be repaired soon, right? We don't have to worry about the great samsara anymore. You're too optimistic. Unfortunately, things are not like that. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He could guess what Little White was thinking. It's just the order. There's no such thing as whether a part of the energy barrier is strong or weak. It's just that the pillars of creation in these 2 origin regions are the first to make preparations. The barrier will be activated from here. After a while, you'll see that the black wall on the horizon has completely turned white. At that time, it will reach a critical state. Lan Xian, I had been thinking about something since just now. At this moment, she seemed to have heard something important. She quickly raised her head and broke out in a cold sweat. The unstable ultimate defense was originally used to defend against the great samsara at the end of the era. Although it could not completely defend against it, it could still block most of the power so that the realm of the gods would not be annihilated. However, this time, the world light that appeared at the edge of this world brought about a threat that was almost equivalent to a part of the great samsara. It forced the pillars of creation to activate such a powerful defense. If this defense was really destroyed, the realm of the gods would be finished in the great samsara after an era. Man-made? Conspiracy theory? Hearing Little White's agitated words, Yun Nuashing could not help but narrow his eyes. Chu Yingzhan seemed to have mentioned this once before. The world fragment that was crashing into the realm of the gods seemed to carry an incomprehensible energy. It had coincidentally entered the world where the realm of the gods was located, and it was also coincidentally heading in this direction. In the end, it would hit right at the doorstep of the realm of the gods. Indeed, it sounded like someone had deliberately arranged this. It was too coincidental. There were countless worlds in the void. Why did it not hit other worlds, but hit the realm of the gods? It sounded very suspicious. But how do you explain the god of destruction's order barrier? As far as I know, that barrier can even interfere with the cognition of people above the level of Empyrean God. Someone intended to destroy the realm of the gods. This idea sounded a little exaggerated, or was it just ridiculous? Putting all these aside, there was now a piece of evidence that could not be considered evidence. It was predicted that the realm of the gods would crash into the realm of the gods in less than a year. This was inevitable. Lon Exayen was speechless. Just as he had said, the existence of the order barrier had prevented anyone who was not from the realm of the gods from perceiving and understanding the realm of the gods. The only explanation left was that a powerful being from the realm of the gods had decided to destroy this world. But would something like blowing up one's own doorstep really happen? The mist of the void appeared in many places in the 8 elements realm. It appeared randomly and without any pattern. It may have a deeper meaning that has not been discovered. It destroyed 3,000 worlds. There are also some worlds that were not destroyed, but were occupied by the mist of the void. It can even hurt Empyrean gods. Either it is, as you said, that there is someone behind all of this. Yun Nuashing raised his head, his eyes becoming deep and profound. Or there is some abnormal change in the 8 elements realm that we do not understand. At the end of the day, the mastermind whose existence was unknown probably did not know about the existence of the order barrier in the realm of the gods. So, was it actually planning to destroy the realm of the gods? Or was it really planning to use the hand of reincarnation to destroy the realm of the gods? Was it just to destroy the order barrier? After hearing what Lan Shiner and Chu Yingjian said, Yun Nuashing felt a chill run down his spine. He did not know why, but he thought of them and felt a chill run down his spine. If, let's assume, there is someone behind all of this. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and squeezed hard, crushing a piece of space in front of him. Then it is probably an existence that knows the realm of the gods like the back of its hand, knows a lot of secrets, and is even watching the realm of the gods from the shadows. To be able to reach such a level, he swallowed his saliva and narrowed his eyes. It is probably in existence on the same level as her. Even if it is not, it should not be too far off. Otherwise, it would not have been able to bypass the order barrier and throw an apocalyptic brick at the realm of the gods. Other than experts of that level, who could ignore the forbidden order barrier that she had set up back in the mythological era, the Book of Epics told him that the world fragment was formed more than 1,000 years ago, but it could not be traced back to when it was formed, which was the moment when it was destroyed. There was a very powerful interference that made it impossible to deduce the strange void fog. However, no matter what the interference was, the world fragment was at least formed in this era. The world fragment's original form was very unstable and fragile. It was impossible for it to withstand the impact of the great reincarnation, even with the void fog. It was a disaster that temporarily put an end to the entire Deyuan realm and emptied everything. If one wanted to survive it, they would first need to have great power. Secondly, they would need to master a special method. They would not be able to withstand the great reincarnation. Xiao Bai and Lan Exayen were stunned. However, they quickly reacted and understood who the her he was talking about was. Instantly, their hair stood on end. However, after thinking carefully, they felt that something was not right. If it was really a figure of that level, then it could have directly destroyed the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing also reacted and knocked on her head. She felt that she could not understand. If it was really a figure of that level, it could have directly broken the order barrier of the realm of the gods and destroyed it. Why would it go through so much trouble to throw an enhanced version of the world fragment? Lan Exayener thought for a while. Maybe it is because it is a pervert? Because it is fun? Seeing this world being destroyed bit by bit, there is an inexplicable sense of satisfaction or something. Yun Nuashing said, "Let's stop this topic here. No matter what, We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. We'll know the truth in the future. If there really is some inexplicable mastermind behind this, there'll be a day when they can't hold it in and jump out. Lan Xian shrugged her shoulders cutely. This topic was very dangerous. What are you guys talking about? Why is the atmosphere so serious? A voice suddenly sounded in their souls. Yun Nuoxing and the other two were stunned. Then they looked at Yun Nuoxing's glabella at the same time. He directly went into his soul. That voice was Yuan Shi's voice. Good heavens, it has been 2 or 3 months. Finally there is some response. As soon as he entered his soul world, before he could say anything, he saw a group of people running around in his soul world. Nightmare, Chu Yingzhan, and Little Moon were stirring up a huge wave of fire in the distance. Then they jumped on it and glided over it. They were actually surfing, and they were not surfing waves, but waves of fire. On the other side, Ziyin and Ming were pulling Yi Shi, Shihua, Xian, and Little Purple Soul to squat by the fire. They were whispering something to each other, and the 3 girls could not stop laughing. They were holding flames in their hands and making sculptures. The moment he saw this scene, Yun Nuoxing knelt on the ground with a plop and murmured absent-mindedly, "This is my spiritual world. This is my spiritual world. You can't do this to me." Yuan Shi, who was surfing enthusiastically, was still wearing his white robe. When he saw Yun Nuoxing come in, he quickly jumped down from the wave of fire. However, he was shocked by his gray face. When he heard his murmur, he could not help but laugh dryly. "Little star, you're here." Everyone who heard the sound from afar gasped in surprise. They quickly stopped what they were doing and waved their hands to restore the scene to its original state. Nightmare slapped the lavender sea of fire and calmed it down. Then he walked over as if nothing had happened and grinned. "Hey, boss." Yun Nuoxing's eyes were dark and malicious. He slowly glanced at everyone, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. Ziyin coughed dryly and quickly said, "We came out half an hour ago. We felt that your conversation was quite serious, so we didn't disturb you." "What happened?" "Nothing." Yun Nuoxing sighed heavily. Anyway, his soul world had already been treated as an entertainment place. He did not care about this. "We're discussing how to destroy the world. We're currently discussing where to start." The air suddenly fell silent. The dry smiles on everyone's faces stiffened. Zai glanced at them grumpily and shook her head with a sigh. She turned a page of her book as if it had nothing to do with her. Anyway, she knew, so she would not say anything. "I'm lying." Seeing everyone's pale faces, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. When they breathed a sigh of relief, he told them what they had just discussed. "This seems to be even more serious." Yuan, she felt uncomfortable after hearing this. Ziyin and the others also responded. They had never heard of the realm of the gods being blown up. The first major world that had stood in the 8 elements realm for nearly 140 eras was finally going to suffer a calamity. Since ancient times, the realm of the gods has suffered a calamity more than once or twice. It's just that you don't know about it. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "In the age of mythology, the first heavenly deity fought with some unknown ghost and destroyed the world of the gods. The records called it the Twilight of the Gods. I know you guys want to ridicule this name that couldn't be any more ordinary, but it was recorded as such. Moreover, it was the genuine Twilight of the Gods because only one great heavenly deity of the first heavenly deity was left alive." Without giving them time to react, Yun Nuoxing continued, "At the end of the Age of Darkness, a calamity spread across the entire Great Origin realm. With the realm of the gods as the center, the battlefield expanded infinitely and enveloped the entire Great Origin realm. This is the second time. After that, at the end of the 68th era, and counting the numerous great reincarnations, the realm of the gods has been repeatedly tossed around for nearly 10 times. This is an unprecedented calamity." Yuan, she was very excited after hearing this. This is different from the previous calamities. In the past, there was no one who could protect the realm of the gods. But in this era, there is no one who can protect the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. The suppression of the rules of this era was too strong. He didn't even know how Feng Yuang and the others had advanced to the later divine level and left behind their fruits of Tao. In this era, there were too few peak experts. If that world fragment had been delayed for 1,000 years, no, 5,000 years or so, he was confident that he could pull several hundred gods to avoid this calamity. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. There were still 1,000 years before the 8 elements realm's final struggle and final radiance of the setting sun. Currently, there were only so many later divine level experts in the realm of the gods, and all of them weren't very reliable. They were hibernating under the ground, sealing their own origins and struggling at death's door. They were of no help at all. Does Big Brother also have no way? Ming's golden Mei Mao fluttered her fan and asked casually. She didn't care much about this world and just mentioned it casually. Her eyes were full of indifference. Yun Nuashing sat on the big bed in the courtyard that didn't fit in. His hands were propped on his legs and his fingers were crossed. A few strands of colorful hair hung down and covered his expression slightly. His indifferent face and hollow eyes were flickering with many complicated lights. He had already made up his mind long ago, but for some reason, he was still a little hesitant. After a while, he scratched his head and let out a long sigh. There is indeed no way now. Anyway, there is still some time. Let's talk about it later. In the worst-case scenario, I won't do anything. He clapped his hands together and squeezed them hard. Then he let out another long sigh. Seeing his half-distressed and half-indifferent expression, Yuan, she rolled his eyes. He patted his thighs with both hands and stood up abruptly. He waved his hand and said, "Then you can worry about it for a while. After absorbing the star fate, I feel inexplicably comfortable. I just came out to rest for a while. I guess I still need to cultivate for a while. Let me borrow your spiritual world." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Then Nightmare also stood up casually, patted his shoulder, and rushed into the cultivation room. Chu Yingzhan came over to take a look. She turned her head and flicked her long hair on his face. She snorted and said, "Don't be stubborn." Zian and Ming also hurried to her side and gave her a kiss. Then they left slowly. The group of people came out to play for a while, and then went back into the cultivation room. Everyone was in the same situation. They didn't feel enlightened, but they felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and wanted to cultivate for a while. They just came out to rest and play and also to inform him. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and couldn't help but cover his face. These guys, what did they take him for? Chapter 1052. A month later, at the edge of the Source Peak region, near the divine Tiger Mountain Villa. Oh, it's been a month. We're finally at the Source Peak region. In an ordinary tavern, Yun Nuashing stretched his back and let out a lazy sigh. In the past month, he had been running around the land of the ultimate plain region. Oh, not to save the world, but to check on the other pillars of creation. At the same time, he also asked about those who were looking for him. He didn't find any clues about the latter, but he did find out that there were more than 1 or 2 families looking for him. Moreover, this time, the entire divine realm was looking for him. If it weren't for the fact that he had a bunch of divine weapons and divine artifacts on him, he would have been pulled out from the sea of people at any time. As he stretched himself, Whitey had already buried itself in the food. Seeing that the white tiger had no intention of talking, Lon Exon could not help but shake her head and look at Yun Nuashing. "Is there a result?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "It's not good news." He was not checking on the origin pillar that was in charge of the energy hub, but the other ordinary pillars of creation. After the light element seal on the origin pillar was repaired, the light element hole on the ordinary pillars of creation had also been filled. He had expected that, so he was not there to observe. The distribution of energy and the arrangement of elements are still within the normal range for the time being. However, there is an extremely small disturbance. ordinary people won't be able to sense it. Even the gods won't be able to sense it unless they sit there for 10 days. Yun Nuashing drank a cup of tea and muttered to himself for a moment. The distribution of the disturbance is very wide and very uniform. This is the result of direct observation with the pillars of creation, so there should not be any accidents. But at that moment, Whitey had also recovered from its hungry ghost state and wiped its mouth carelessly. But what? The degree of disorder is slowly getting stronger. In the 1 month's journey from the southernmost part of the ultimate plain region to the border between the two regions, the degree of disorder has increased by 5%. However, it is still within the safety threshold. It is just that the process seems to be accelerating. Yun Nuashing twirled the chopsticks in her hand and pursed her lips. She paused for a moment before continuing. According to this trend, in another month, if those old monsters are still awake, they will clearly feel the disturbance of the energy of heaven and earth. After that, in another half a month, the God Emperor experts will clearly feel that something is wrong with heaven and earth. After that, it will be 10 days, 5 days, until 4 months later, everyone, all living beings in the God realm, will feel the disturbance of the energy of heaven and earth. The pillar of creation absorbed most of the energy, so the energy started to become chaotic? Lon Exiner asked. She had learned a lot about the pillar of creation over the past few days. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked faintly to the east. Now, half of the pillars of creation in the divine continents, northern wilderness, and southern plains have also changed. The speed of this horizontal change is also gradually increasing. In less than a month, all the pillars of creation in the God realm will become like this. The pillar of creation will record the subsequent events. I don't have to worry about sudden changes in the middle of the journey. Now let's eat our fill first. Yun Nuashing drank another mouthful of water and then stretched out her hands. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind on the dining table. You leave some for me. In the place where the pillar of creation was hidden, the white tower was illuminated brilliantly by the energy light pillars. It reflected 9 different colors and shone on every corner of heaven and earth. These 9 energy light pillars seemed to be a little thicker. Whitey looked up at the 9 energy light pillars and said, "Because more energy has condensed. When the pillar of creation completely unfolds its barrier, it will become a colorful pillar, and a layer of transparent energy film will appear in the sky." As Yun Nuashing spoke, he finished sealing the light element with a few swishes. However, the magic circle and rune lines that were entangled together gave him a headache. This pillar of creation covered the godly Tiger Mountain Villa and the millions of mountains. It looked like the damage caused by the laws of heaven and earth had been repaired. Although when he fought with Fong, the stupid white tiger did not cause such serious damage. It was definitely the kind that made things worse and caused the distortion to become even more serious. With a few clanking sounds, the Dharma array was repaired. In the process, he accidentally detonated a piece of rune, causing him to be covered in dust. The explosion gave Little White and Lon Exaner fright. They thought that the pillar of creation was going to collapse in such a short time. "All right, let's go to the next place." Yun Nuashing waved his hand. Lon Exen, who was wiping his face, pouted and glared at him. The former laughed dryly and obediently stopped moving. Half a month later, Xingling City. This was the border of Taiyuan territory and also the place where Yun Nuashing's life began. He had lived in this place for a period of time. Now that he had returned, he recalled what had happened. He laughed and could not help but sigh. In the end, he did not know where that idiot had run off to. The Yu family in the eastern city of Xingling City was still empty. No one had returned for a long time. Speaking of which, I seem to have some fate with Taiyuan territory. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and floated thousands of miles above Xingling City. He could not help but sigh as he looked at the mountain range and other areas of the city. When I first woke up in the 62nd era, I was in Taiyuan territory. After 70 eras, I woke up in Taiyuan territory again. No wonder Xian Yin placed the Red Star Academy in Taiyuan territory, although it was only a branch. Yun Nuashing sighed as he looked down at the border city with his hands on his hips. What you said just now is quite informative. Whitey sat on the edge of the fire phoenix, swinging his legs. He tilted his head and looked at him. Is there a hidden story? Yun Nuashing nodded. Xian Yin said that because she calculated that the possibility of me appearing in Taiyuan territory was very high, she chose Taiyuan territory. However, we met in the ancient era. At that time, I was only a beginner god. I had just stepped into beginner god, and I met her in Taiyuan territory. Ah, I remember something. At that time, I felt that her attitude towards me was a little strange. Now I can understand why. You don't have any memory of Xian Yin at that time? Whitey asked. Yun Nuashing nodded. When he was still quarter moon, he did not have any memory of Xian Yin. Even the first memory that appeared in this life did not exist. Then, at that time, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He tried to recall and frowned. Strange, I can't remember. At that time, when I met Xian Yin, what happened? Too much time has passed, and I forgot? He frowned and thought for a while. Then he sighed helplessly and shook his head. I don't remember. I only remember that she left in a hurry. She said, It's not time yet. I have to continue waiting. Then, we never met again. Many years later, when I was standing at the peak of the Empyrean God realm for a long time, I realized that the beautiful big sister that I met at that time might be a powerhouse above the Empyrean God realm. When I first realized this, I felt that it was unbelievable, but now that I think about it, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and was silent for a while. Then he sighed, so there is a reason for everything. That Xian Yin. Where is Xian Yin now? Lan Xan turned her head and looked at him. Yun Nuashing shook his head. I don't know. After she left the Red Star Academy, I don't know where she went. If I were to guess now, she might not be in the realm of the gods. At that time, she didn't call me brother, but she recognized me. I don't know why. Maybe she didn't have time to recognize me at that time? Or maybe there was a reason why she couldn't recognize me. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. It was when I came back in this life, when I picked up Xian Yin. But I didn't recognize who I was. In the end, your identity is still a mystery. Whitey rolled his eyes. Is this guy done yet? Yun Nuashing shrugged. Back then, I also escaped from the reincarnation road. Maybe I can be pushed back a little. Maybe I am someone from the Dark Age? Who knows? But that's not important. That's right, it's not important. In this life, the part of my memory that I have the most memories of is quarter moon's life. That was also a complete life. Things that happened before that aren't important without memories. Yun Nuashing exhaled lightly. Lan Xan lowered her head to size up. Star Numinous City. Mei Mao turned around and looked at the gigantic pillar of creation. It was very close, just nearby. Brother Nuashing, is that also an origin pillar? She pointed at the gigantic white pillar in front of her and asked. Yun Nuashing shook his head. No, that's an ordinary pillar of creation that Fire Cloud Palace manages. There aren't any origin pillars nearby. A month ago, people from 9 Deities Temple had found him. Back then, they happened to observe the pillar of creation turning white. And what the elder from 9 Deities Temple wanted to talk about was precisely this matter. It was said that Fire Cloud Palace was the first to discover it. After all, this was a remote place, not very far from the periphery. It wasn't surprising for the pillar of creation to change from here. There aren't any origin pillars here? Lan Xan was taken aback. Then why are we here? Oh, we're here to check on something. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment before pointing at his eyes. To take a look at these eyes. Eyes? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Little White frowned. He knew of his memories and also knew about his eyes. The pair of evil spirit eyes was obtained through cultivation from someone else. Yun Nuashing pondered and shook his head. I can't say that something happened. The evil spirit eyes were obtained from a mystic technique I inherited from someone. He's a godly figure. Well, although it's rumored that he's a godly figure, perhaps due to the remote area, not many people believe it. They only think of him as a high-level, godly figure. Yun Nuashing rubbed his fingers. It didn't cause a stir at the level of a godly figure. If it were in the divine continent, many high-level gods would probably have swarmed over and turned the place upside down. If that were the case, I could only watch helplessly back then. Oh, what's his name again? Mu Ingzi, right? That's his name, but it doesn't sound like a name. It's probably a self-proclaimed godly name. Xiao Bai crossed her arms. Yun Nuashing continued. Back then, I was very foolish and naive. After being imparted with a mystic technique, I hesitated, but I didn't persist for long before cultivating it. If it were the present me, what would the present you do? Xiao Bai looked at him. I would probably just walk away. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Gods and divine masters are a group of extremely powerful existences with a strong sense of purpose. I've said it many times, so I'll say it again. There may be gods or divine masters who have regrets in their hearts and are nearing the end of their lives for some reason. At this time, if they still can't come into contact with reincarnation and can't reincarnate themselves, there's no hope for them to make a comeback in the future. Therefore, they will leave behind what they have learned in their lifetime and wait for the destined person to come and take a look. At the same time, they will also take a look at this pitiful person and inherit his will or listen to his last words. Just like the god in the Celestial King Valley, the owner of the Celestial King Battle Song and the Derivata of the Celestial Song of the Great Tao, he left behind his last words. These are relatively safe. The last words he left behind are also a message to those who come after him. I've tried my best in this life, and this is as far as I can go. However, if I want to continue fighting, I will have to pay the price of countless years. If you, who see this message, feel lost and confused, then take this power of mine and leave together with us. Move forward and climb higher mountains. The gods were a group of people who couldn't see through them. In their minds, those at the level of the gods were either old urchins or old urchins. They seemed to intend to play with those who came after them. Perhaps that was the happy side that they treasured. Because the road ahead was too dangerous and too unknown, the pressure was so great that it was difficult to breathe and almost suffocate. Therefore, there would be such a mischievous scene on the other side, as if they were looking for joy in the midst of suffering. I've seen many tombs of gods and gods. Those were the pioneers of the road ahead. No matter where they went, they represented a road, and we walked on another road. All of us are walking on the road. Some of us have already fallen. No one can stop, and no one is willing to stop. However, when the time comes and we have to stop, if we still can't see the scenery of the peak, we can only entrust the shallow and sad last wish to others, hoping that someone can bring their last wish to the peak that belongs to them one day. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Gods, it sounded so glorious and dazzling to others, but no one knew how much was hidden in these two words. They struggled their whole lives, sacrificed everything, and couldn't get back what they had lost. They didn't hesitate to reincarnate just so that they could do it again in the future, just like him. Next time, they had to go further, and next time they had to do better. They had to reincarnate thousands of times in exchange for a rebirth. This time, they couldn't stop moving forward. Their determination was exchanged for sorrow, despair, and pain. In the end, what was it for? They were walking on the road ahead, constantly trying to reach the peak that countless people looked up to. Countless times they fell, countless times, just like the fire in the starry sky, dimming little by little. Only at the last moment, they released a light that made the world tremble. Then it was silent again, shaking his head. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. When he saw Lon Xan, looking at him worriedly, he knew that he was showing some concern again. Those things, those ultimate questions, couldn't be solved in a day or two. Ahem. So, that Muingzi, after leaving those things behind, didn't say anything. He didn't leave behind any words. Instead, It seemed like he couldn't wait for someone to take over. At that time, although I felt that something wasn't right, I didn't think too much about it. I also didn't know about these things on a deeper level. But now, looking at it, it's really not the least bit suspicious. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched violently. But I've already cultivated to this level. If I want to destroy it, I can only gouge out my eyes. As he spoke, he pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, looking hesitant. Lan Xien saw this and cried out in alarm. She quickly pressed his hands down and shook her head vigorously at him. She shook her head so hard that it almost created a phantom. I won't really gouge them out. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. Well, after that I checked everything, including the things that I got from him. I didn't find anything unusual. Moreover, I have the eye of the ocean now. Even if my eyes are really destroyed by the rules in the future, I have a spare pair. Don't say such scary things. Lan Xien, Oi's face darkened. Yun Nuashing poked her forehead and smiled faintly. He turned his gaze and looked at the ruins in the distance. It was still there, but it was very dilapidated. There was no one inside, and there was no sign of life. It was eerie and looked very strange. He's not here, but it's also true. It's been more than 20 years, almost 30 years. It's very strange that he's still here. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and looked distressed. When he first met Muingzi, he was skinny and only skin and bones. His flame of life was like a candle in the wind. But if he died just like that, Yun Nuashing did not believe it. Perhaps he had sealed his origin and buried it, waiting for the rules to reverse. The surroundings of Xingling City seemed to be very empty. It was a lonely city. There were only mountains and forests in the distance. Jiang Eve brought Lan Xan and the other 2 to walk around Xingling City. They did not find anything. Everything was normal. The ruins of the Qin clan and the Yu clan. Now, they had become even more dilapidated. In the end, they were still ruins. Did no one want to use these 2 places? Yun Nuashing thought. He landed at the Yu family's place quietly and did not attract anyone's attention. Then he took out the Book of Epics and waved it in the air. He whispered, backtrack. A faint golden light flashed past, and a large number of mysterious characters flashed past the golden ball. They disappeared in a flash, and the speed was so fast that Lan Xen, and Xiao Bai could not see them clearly. Buzz. After about 5 minutes, the characters in the golden ball stopped abruptly. Yun Nuashing raised his head abruptly. He was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and said in a strange tone, "Ah!" His expression was distorted. Lan Xien, and Xiao Bai were also confused. What did he see? What's wrong? What did you see? Why did you have such a big reaction? Xiao Bai asked. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and said, that year the Yu family was taken away by the Yu family. Ah, Lan Xien was also confused. What did he mean by the Yu family was taken away by the Yu family? I took myself away. Yun Nuashing quickly waved his hand and pointed to the ground. He said, the Yu family of Xingling City. They were taken away by the Yu family of the Divine Prefecture, one of the 8 ancient families. There was silence for 2 seconds. Ah. Hey, are you sure? Although the surname of these 2 families is Yu, they're not related at all, right? Xiao Bai picked his ears and rubbed his eyes. When he saw Yun Nuashing's serious look, he was sure that this guy was not talking nonsense. He was a little confused. Who should I ask if you ask me? Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, Yu-yin might have been taken to the Yu family by the head of the Yu family. Could it be that he was the current head of the Yu family? No, it was not possible. Speaking of which, he had not seen many people from the Yu family. He had only seen Yuan, Xi's fiancée, who seemed to be called Ji Shao. There were also a few families that had been hidden from the world. Now, they were completely hidden from the world. Chapter 1053. It had been a long time since they returned to Star Spirit City. At that time, the Yu family was already empty. Nothing was left behind. Using the Book of Epics, the Yu family had already been taken away by the Yu family in the primordial age. It might have happened when he and Yin were still in Yuan City, or even earlier. Yun Nuashing himself was not very clear about the time. Then he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He felt that things were not that simple. The Qin family in the primordial age took away the Qin family in Star Spirit City. The latter was a core family of the primordial age. Then the Yu family in the primordial age also took away the Yu family in Star Spirit City. Is there something fishy about this? Coincidence? Why do I not believe that it is a coincidence? I feel that there is something fishy about this. Yin Nuashing rubbed his hair and murmured softly. Lan Xan and Xiao Bai listened and also looked up at the sky. This was too much of a coincidence. It was so coincidental that it made people suspicious. Could it be that this Yu family was also a branch of the Yu family in the Divine Land? Xiao Bai guessed. In the end, why did the Qin family separate from the primordial age? Lan Xan frowned slightly, and it has been separated for a long time. Yun Nuashing frowned as well. Even Uncle Qin Hui and the others don't remember such a thing. The Qin family has been in Star Spirit City for a very long time, so long that such an important matter like this can be passed down. Furthermore, it's not just Uncle Qin Hui and the others. I heard from Qin Yan that the Qin family has actually almost forgotten about this matter as well. It was only when they were going through the family records that they accidentally discovered that there was once a bloodline that was wandering outside. Then the time span is too long. Xiao Bai exclaimed, "At least it is measured in epics." Could it be something that happened in the previous era? Lan Xan squinted at Mei Mao and said, "What happened in the ancient times?" The Yu family and the Qin family both felt that they would be exterminated. So they took the opportunity to evacuate some of their core members. Then there was a great war. The chaos lasted for a long time. After a long time, they subconsciously forgot about those who had been evacuated. Until today, Yun Nuashing glanced at her and pondered for a while. This guess was not completely impossible. He had actually seen a lot of people being sent away because of a great war to avoid the calamity of being exterminated. Back then, when he burned down the surface of the God world, he brought many people to the 9 deity temples and the little divine lands that had just begun to recover to take refuge. However, he could not bring too many people with him. If he caused too much of a commotion, he would be noticed by those people. He could only put down the fire in advance. He did not know if he was lucky or not. At that time, there were not many people left in the God world. Most of them were protected by him, and the rest were burned to the ground. Anyway, this kind of situation where people were sent away to take refuge was not uncommon. Lan Xan, I's guess was reasonable. However, this was actually it's useless to think about this now. Little Qin doesn't know either. When you have time to return to the Divine Lands, you can ask Little Qin's father or Yuan, she's fiancé. You will know. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said, "Yes, that's right. It's useless to think about it here now. But I'm very curious. I can't wait to know what's going on." Lan Xan looked at him. Mei Mao's sparkling eyes made him curious. However, who knew? The Book of the Era did not tell him more. Those things were probably so old that time had faded away. Well, suppress your curiosity. One day you will know. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and patted Little Qin's head. One day. These words really make me feel uneasy. Little White's eyebrows trembled. As an immortal. Oh, you're not immortal yet. As an immortal, you need to learn to wait. Wait, and it will be over. Then you will know. So don't be anxious. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and pointed to the west. There's still a place to go. Let's go there first. There. Little White looked in the direction he was pointing and scratched her head. Although she did not know where he was pointing, she could guess. He wanted to go to the desert where he fell. That was the beginning of this life. In the desert, the wind and sand were still blowing. Golden sunlight shone down from the sky, plating the sea of sand with a thin layer of gold. The ground in the distance was slightly distorted due to the scorching heat. The sun seemed to know this, and the heat it released was even more intense. It would not stop until the ground was scorched. Even the golden sand that was blown up by the wind carried a high temperature that could burn ordinary people. This place seems to be the same. Yun Nuashing and the others came here. This desert changed every year. Originally, deserts did not stay the same. Now, they could not find any traces of the past. Anyway, it looked golden. This place was always changing. This place did not change. He came here again. He came here with a calm mood, but with some doubts. His colorful eyes kept looking at the desert below. Lan Xen was beside him, holding an oil paper umbrella to block the sun. Oh, this place. Could it be that it is because of this? Yun Nuashing muttered. Lan Xen and Little White were confused. However, they were not in a hurry. Anyway, he would explain. Yun Nuashing looked for a while and controlled the fire phoenix to change the location. After a long time, he returned to the original place. He nodded and said to himself, I see. No wonder there is so much spiritual energy in Xingling City. But it only gave birth to a border city that is not very prosperous. The spiritual energy is not born naturally. Yun Nuashing was still observing and wanted to take a closer look, but Xiaobai couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly asked, Explain it first, you can explain it clearly later. The main thing is that we don't understand. Yun Nuashing turned his head and shrugged. There is nothing to say. It is just that this place. He pointed at the yellow sand below and said, Under this yellow sand there is something buried. The overflowing energy is evenly distributed over a radius of 1,000,000 miles. However, it is very well controlled. The spiritual energy will spread into the air and then be retracted. To put it bluntly, it will only circulate in the air and then return to the ground without any damage. It cannot be used by others. Spiritual energy? Is it a kind of energy? Lan Xen asked. Something like that. It is a small branch of the energy of heaven and earth. Look at the beautiful and perfect landscapes. Those are the places where spiritual energy gathers. Those places usually give birth to many things that can be called perfect. Whether it is the landscape or life, it is all the same. However, there is such a huge amount of spiritual energy in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. But it is still a desert, Yun Nuashing said. Whitey's eyes were wide open as he stared at the yellow sand below. A hot wind blew, causing tears to stream down his face. However, he still couldn't see anything. He could only ask, Can you see what's down there? It is nothing. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said, A group of deities is buried here. Lan Xen and Little White said, What the hell is a group of deities? Since when can deities be measured by a group? That is what it is. If you want to know more, Yun Nuashing grinned and jumped down from the fire phoenix. The light in his hand flashed, and the dark ruins sword broke through the light. The purple and black light covered the infinite light in the sky. A huge amount of energy gathered. Then we will have to find someone who is familiar with this place and ask. Boom! The nether void sword in his hand slashed down explosively, but it didn't strike the sand. Instead, it came into contact with something extremely hard. An earth-shattering boom reverberated through the heavens as a monstrous shockwave of energy blasted the surrounding sand into the air, creating a wall of sand that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Lan Xen quickly controlled the fire phoenix to dive down from the sky. They went around the layers of sand and found Yun Nuashing in the middle of a huge vacuum. He was holding the dark ruins sword with both hands. He slashed at a golden long sword. When the two weapons collided, there was a shocking explosion. Lan Xen and Little White were shocked. A weapon that could withstand the power of the dark ruin sword without being damaged was not an ordinary weapon. Even the person holding the sword did not take a single step back. The two swords were releasing energy with all their might, but they were unable to do anything to their opponent. Oh, what a rare guest. But you have just arrived and you are already fighting. That is not very good, is it? A giggling voice came from behind the golden longsword. It was crisp and powerful. Stop it. If I wanted to cause trouble, I would have used all my strength. How much of this place do you think will be left? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and pulled back the dark ruined sword. He said confidently, I am knocking on the door. Lan Xayana was speechless. The sound of the door knocking was really loud. It almost sent half the desert flying into the sky. The man with the golden sword was also stunned. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his head, his long golden hair fluttering in the wind. His golden eyes were bright and full of expression. He looked at Yun Nuashing and smiled. Ah, you're back! Also, it should be me who is back. He was wearing a golden robe, and his golden hair was long. His entire body was golden, and he was emitting a golden light. He almost blended in with the background of the desert. Lan Xen looked at him strangely. This golden guy was very handsome. He looked like Yun Nuashing and Zero, but he did not look like either of them. In the past, his identity had always been a mystery. Yun Nuashing did not know. Now, it seemed that the mystery could be solved. But even if he did not say it, she could roughly guess. Anyway, he should be related to Yun Nuashing in some way. But she did not know what their relationship was. Are you here to fuse with me? Jean Can shrugged and grinned. But not now, it's not the right time yet. I found something interesting here, so I'm waiting. If you can wait until that day to fuse with me, I'll be very happy. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. I don't want to fuse with you. I am just here to take a look. After saying that, he sighed softly and scratched his head. After all, you were split from Zero. Well, although I don't know what happened, I did not expect that you would be split into an individual. Ah, you can tell. Gold Can looked at him in surprise, then chuckled and said, I split from my main body when I first severed myself. The other splits are roaming around the God realm, waiting for you. Well, they were originally waiting for you to return, and they were also acting for you. They are a part of you, and a part of you that contains great power. Later, I discovered that 2 of them had made mistakes and were occupied by the darkness in their hearts. I had no choice but to seal them. If they couldn't be purified naturally, I would forcibly purify them when you were about to come into contact with them, and then wait for you to fuse with them. So, Yun Nuashing crossed her arms. If I am not mistaken, the one in the Tana's water god temple was also split out from you, from Zero's self-decapitation, right? Then, when I was about to get there, you released him. Ah, that is correct. Gold Can nodded with a smile. The splits after the self-decapitation wandered the realm of the gods, collecting lost items that were once related to you, or looking for things that could pave the way for the future. That ice spear was found by him, and I sealed it there. Oh, by the way, that ice spear was actually a divine right weapon, but it was sealed. There's one more thing. I was worried that the splits would turn into monsters with only a mad desire for vengeance when they were taken over by the darkness in their hearts. So I sealed them all, including the things they found. Well, as the first main body, I could sense all the remaining splits, and each of them had the power of a deity left behind, as well as a part of their soul fragments. Gold Can smiled faintly. These, as you wish, will pave the way for you, and wait for the day when you return to the throne of stars. Yun Nuashing heard that and shook her head. This is not what I expected. Huh. Lan Xen, Little White, and Gold Can were all stunned. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and patted her forehead in distress. Originally, I only had 2 plans. First, let the reflection enter the cycle of reincarnation, erase the part of the natural order in him, and finally come out in this era as Yun Nuashing. Second, let Zero look for the divine weapons that I lost in the war. the Scarlet Star Sword, the Origin Sword, and the Great Soaring Sword, and at the same time look for the other divine swords and investigate their existence. He will wander the surface of the realm of the gods, and that's it. He will split because of his self-decapitation. In the end, he will self-decapitate because his cultivation has reached a limit, and the self-seal is ineffective, so he has to self-decapitate. It is probably because I gave him too much power on the surface, and also turned him into a time being, which is a great help to him. It can be said that he is equivalent to Quarter Moon reincarnated, and because he is a time being, he may be even more powerful. Yun Nuashing sighed in distress. There is also another aspect. That obsession may be affecting him. In any case, I did not expect that his self-decapitation would create a split body. After listening to her, Gold Kenkan pondered for a while, and then shrugged helplessly. He sighed and said, "Anyway, that's the way it is. As for why he will self-decapitate and self-decapitate, I am not too sure. Also, the main body does not know of our existence. Now, he must have been possessed by a crazy obsession, right?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. Zero had already gone crazy, and only a crazy obsession was left, and it wanted to devour him. That is really dangerous. Gold Kenkan nodded calmly. "But I believe that you can handle it well. If you can't, then I will come out on the day when it happens." "Well, let's not talk about this for now. Do you know where the Origin Sword is?" Yun Nuashing asked. "The Origin Sword?" Gold Kenkan scratched his head and looked towards the north. After looking for a while, he shook his head. "I knew before, but I don't know now." "Huh. The Origin Sword was taken by Tianling to be repaired. Now it is gone. I don't know where it went. But the last time I went to see it, I found that it was almost repaired. Maybe the next time you see it, it will be a great divine weapon," Gold Kenkan said. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She did not expect that he would take it. "Brother Nuashing, who is Tianling?" Lan Xan pulled his sleeve and asked softly. Yun Nuashing pointed towards the north and gazed into the distance until he saw a dark forest. An old fellow, also at the heavenly god level. However, the last time I saw him, he had become slightly weaker. It's probably because he suffered a great loss in repairing the Origin Sword. Little White searched his memory for a while and found a person. She was slightly stunned. "Tianling, could it be the Glories will tree?" "Yes, it is that old guy." Yun Nuashing nodded. Little White and Lan Xen were speechless. That tree. As for the other divine swords, the demonic blood sword is in the Blood Demon Valley in the Kunyuan region, and the Red Star Sword is— "I have already taken back the Red Star Sword," Yun Nuashing said. Golden Brilliance paused for a moment before replying. "Then there's the chaotic divine seal. It might still be in the small divine land. Perhaps it's with the dark god palace that wasn't completely destroyed back then. The chaotic scepter is probably there too. The Shadow Light Sword, which is ranked 9th, might be up there." Golden Brilliance pointed at the sky. The few of them looked up and saw two suns. They were exceptionally dazzling. In the suns, Yun Nuashing was stunned. How could it be in that place? He had been searching for the 12 divine swords for most of his life. It was a great help and the most powerful divine weapon in the world. It had been like this since ancient times. Each of the 12 divine swords had the supreme power to create a world. Unfortunately, some of them were broken or lost. In the past, he could fight against more than 100 experts above the divine realm with only 4 divine swords, and that was under the condition that he could not use the divine swords with all his strength. If he could find all 12 divine swords in this life, with the help of the power of the divine body, it would definitely be a powerful trump card. And in this life, even if he had to face the things at the moment of ascending to the divine realm, he would have to collect all 12 divine swords. If he did not have these, he would not be able to step into the divine realm. In the past, even the extreme divine realm could not compete with them, let alone the moment he stepped into the divine realm. The extreme divine realm and the divine realm were two different concepts. Seeing him deep in thought, Gold Cancan shook his head helplessly. He could roughly guess what he was thinking. After all, they were almost the same. Ahem, the remaining 4 divine swords are probably not in the realm of the gods. Probably. Anyway, I didn't find them in the realm of the gods. They might be in other places in the realm of the 8 elements, or even... He stopped talking and pursed his lips into a tight line. After a while, he said, "Who knows? Can you seal yourself now?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "Well, it's okay. I can split my body and seal myself to maintain the realm close to breaking through to the divine realm. If I seal myself like this, I won't be killed by the great samsara in the divine realm. I also have the best ability to move." Gold Cancan nodded and pointed to the bottom of the desert. "I'm different from those old monsters. They are struggling at death's door, oppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. I guess they will be like this for the rest of their lives. We are different." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "So, there's a group of gods buried below, right? How many are there?" "Not many." Gold Cancan counted with his fingers. "About 20. Lan Xian, and Xiao Bai were already numb. Anyway, anything related to Yun Nua planet would not be simple. They just had to keep smiling and listen to the conversation. 20 is not many. Why are they piled up there?" Yun Nuashing frowned. Why did these 20 gods seal themselves together? Was it so that they could drink tea and chat when they woke up? "I'm not too sure about this. There are new tenants and old tenants in the tomb of the gods. A group of people once left. Who knows what they are doing inside?" Gold Cancan spread his hands exaggeratedly. "I just think that this place is a little fun. I feel that there is something inside that might be helpful to you. So I stayed here. They will probably come out when the rules of heaven and earth are reversed. They are all a group of people who are struggling to survive. Sigh, they might as well enter the samsara and have another life." As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Lan Xiana was silent. "Don't think that everyone is like you. Not everyone can treat the samsara as their own backyard and enter whenever they want." Chapter 1054. When he descended, everything was in chaos. He could not feel the sky or the earth. His body was light as a feather, as if he was floating in the void. He had lost control of his body. Something floated past his mind in a mess of fragments. He struggled and caught something. His consciousness became faintly clear, and he saw a sea of light. The sea of light entangled the entire world. The blurry fragments of light scattered over every inch of space. The aura of fire, destruction, and death was suffocating. This space was collapsing. He was caught in the fragments of space and lost contact with the real world. His body was about to turn into nothingness. Endless energy turned into an inextinguishable flame. It was like a raging fire trapped in a cauldron, swallowing everything. The dazzling beam of light penetrated his line of sight vertically, destroying all the space in its path. It shattered and fell apart as if everything was collapsing. He was caught in the gap between the world and space. He saw thousands of star clusters collapsing. They were like pieces of paper blown away by the wind, disappearing into the void. The world of light fell one by one, and the purple crystal barrier melted into dregs. A huge hole was opened in the world. The huge white light began to disintegrate. The figures covered by the blurry shadows also began to disappear. They were like melted ice, and they disappeared in the truest sense. Nothing was left. In the collapsing world, a huge ball of light suddenly exploded. It broke through the bindings of the void like a flaming comet. It glided across the distance and disappeared in a flash. The whole world suddenly flashed, and everything disappeared. Chaotic information rushed into his mind. It was not any words or images. It was just some messy and meaningless information. There was no value in it, and it was completely undecipherable. "Brother." "Nua Xing," he heard a distant shout. It was urgent and affectionate. What kind of voice was it? It seemed to be from the future and the past in his mind. It was gradually getting further and further away. Brother Nuashing, I heard a very weak call, but I couldn't catch it. Where is this place? The voice seemed to resound in the empty valley, carrying an echo. Someone was calling him. He heard it and wanted to respond, but he couldn't. Who is it? He wanted to respond. It was a very unfamiliar voice. It was unfamiliar, but it was affectionate. Who was calling him? Was this the feeling when one's consciousness disappeared? It was like floating in the sea. Even one's consciousness was light. Idiot! Wake up! A loud shout caused him to open his eyes abruptly. The destruction that filled his eyes and the light of the fallen world disappeared. What appeared in his eyes was a deep blue sky that was clear and transparent. The first rays of dawn seemed to have just receded. The two stars were lazily casting down 2 rays of light in a perfunctory manner. Then they lowered their own brightness as if they were about to fall asleep. 2 anxious faces appeared beside him. 2 pairs of eyes stared at him. When they saw him open his eyes, they heaved a sigh of relief. You finally woke up. You fainted all of a sudden and scared us to death. Lan Exaner patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Fainted, Yun Nuashing sat up in a daze. At this moment, she was sitting on a patch of grass. She pressed her palm against a patch of soft green grass. In the distance, there was a lake that was comparable to an ocean. A huge white pillar stood tall, and there were 10 energy light pillars spiraling around the huge pillar. What happened? Yun Nuashing shook her head in a daze. Half a month ago, she left the desert and continued the boring journey. Today was no exception. She had just repaired the pillar of creation, and then she lost consciousness. What happened just now? Really, what happened? Lan Exaner's jade-like hand had just touched his palm. Suddenly, she screamed in pain and withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Wisps of black smoke floated out. Her white, jade-like hand seemed to have been scorched by flames. That intense pain caused her hand to tremble slightly, and the expression on her face changed slightly. When Yun Nuashing heard the scream, she came back to her senses. She took a closer look and saw Lan Exen, looking at the black patch on her palm in shock. She immediately understood what had happened. With a thought, a mark quietly appeared on her body from her soul. Finally, it solidified in the middle of her spine. There was also a flash of black light on her body. Then she held Lan Exener's jade-like hand and lowered her head. She kissed her palm gently. The black burn mark suddenly faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, it disappeared and her jade-like hand returned to its original jade-like appearance. Hey! Xiao Bai's expression changed slightly. That wasn't very good, was it? If I'm not wrong, that was probably the power of the chaotic elements. Did it erode her? Lan Exan looked at her hand curiously. When she heard this, she was shocked again. The chaotic elements went out of control? Yun Nuashing shook his head. It's not a big deal. I've already dealt with it. It's fine. Oh, seeing that you don't trust me, I'd better explain it a little. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xiao Bai and Lan Exen looking at her suspiciously. Yun Nuashing shook her head and said softly, When we were in the Jiasu mystic realm, I told you that the chaotic elements would distort my life form and cause me to change into a state of chaos. Lan Exen and Xiao Bai nodded. They still remembered that Yun Nuashing had joked that he didn't know what he had become. Although he still had the appearance of a human, he was no longer a human on the inside. It's probably because I've changed to a certain extent. It's the perfect life form that allows the chaotic elements to flow freely in my body. When Exayan touched me, it was equivalent to touching a ball of dense chaotic elements. She was injured. However, it's just a small matter. It's not a big deal. Yun Nuashing said. What about you? What about you? Xiao Bai frowned. This guy's life form had already started to change. There's nothing to do. I just used a charm to calm down the chaotic elements. You see, I had no problem touching you just now. As she said that, Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and stroked Lan Xaner's long hair. Then, she flicked her finger on Xiao Bai's face. After she verified it, she said softly, when the change in my life form reaches a certain extent, it will stop. At that time, the chaotic elements will stabilize my life form. I'm now in a half-elemental, half-material life form. It's very strange. I fainted just now probably because my life form had suddenly changed to a certain extent. Yin Nuashing rubbed her bangs with her fingers. She pondered for a moment and recalled the scene she saw when she was unconscious. It was probably the battle during the great turmoil of the Dark Age. The battle that turned the entire De Yuan realm upside down seemed to be a continuation of what she saw last time. There were bits and pieces of the latter part, but most of them were meaningless fragments of chaos. Looks like I have to study this thing when I have time. Eternal nightmare or something. It doesn't sound right. Could it be that I'm really from the Dark Age? I actually participated in that battle. Then I died on the spot and fell into the cycle of reincarnation. I returned to the realm of the gods at the beginning of the 62nd era or something. Yun Nuashing thought to herself. She suddenly felt that this guess was actually quite possible. Patting her head, Yun Nuashing looked at the pillar of creation in the sky. She pondered for a moment and counted with her fingers. She realized that this was already the 10th pillar of creation in the Source Peak region. The remaining 2 were in the large region in the northeast. Brother Nuashing, don't you plan to go to the Ghost Forest? Lan Xana looked at him and asked. In the most central region of the Ghost Forest, in the Myriad Dragon Mountain, Celestial Glaze was still waiting for him. It had been so many years. Now that she had regained her memories, he should go and take a look. I know, I have to make a trip there. However, I have to find the things that Celestial Glaze entrusted to me. She's making preparations on her side. I can't go empty-handed, Yun Nuashing said. There seems to be something in the northeastern region of the Source Peak region, right? Little White suddenly grinned. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes and nod helplessly. At the beginning of the 69th era, he activated the guardian formation of the realm of the gods and sacrificed the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to burn the realm of the gods. Countless lives in the realms of the gods perished there. Countless gods and celestial gods were reduced to ashes. Not even a speck of dust was left. Tens of thousands of souls cried and wailed. It was like an eternal abyss. Who knew how many people had been buried there? The sacrifice spark didn't extinguish immediately. However, Yun Nuashing didn't know where it had gone. After searching for a while, she had no choice but to give up. In this life, she had obtained a treasure map from Xianin. It was said that the location of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was marked on it. It was in the northeastern region of the Source Peak region, which was a little close to the border of the Qinyuan region. Originally, she had come with this goal in mind. I can only hope that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus hasn't recovered to its complete state. Otherwise, I can only pray that the soul imprint I left on it hasn't been destroyed. Yun Nuashing sighed. Fortunately, such a high-level divine item doesn't have a naturally formed spiritual intelligence. If it did, I might not have sacrificed it back then. Moreover, it's unlikely that I'll be able to take it back in this life. There's no chance at all. Are you afraid of being hated? Little White asked. Yun Nuashing nodded. However, I had no other choice back then. The power of the Guardian formation was actually enough. I'm just worried that if it didn't burn completely and if it was blocked, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is a divine flame formed by the rules of the world. It's not a flame that exists in a physical state. It's not a flame, but an extremely tyrannical power of rules. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he spread out the treasure map. He glanced at the northeastern region of the Source Peak region and decided on the route in 3 seconds. He nodded and waved his hand. Then let's go. We didn't find many divine swords. It's not bad if we can find the divine flame. Speaking of which, when will your tiger roar of 10,000 thunderflame mature? Yun Nuashing glanced at Little White and wrinkled his nose. Don't tell me you'll have to transform many times before you can spit it out like Fongar? How did you know that this thing would be on me? Little White was shocked. The 16th ranked tiger roar of 10,000 thunderflame was a divine item that combined the power of divine flame and devil thunder. It was quite mysterious. Even in the ancient antiquity age, no one knew where this thing existed. There were no records, and no one had ever obtained it. They only knew that it was the product of the combination of the two. Just the ranking alone was unknown. Well, although not many people in the ancient antiquity age knew about it, Yun Nuashing glanced at him with a subtle expression and grinned. Little White smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't hide anything from this guy. That's right, this thing grew on his body. It was the same as the true phoenix fire of the phoenix. They were both carried by him. However, unlike Fong, who could wield her flames as if they were her arms, he couldn't use his flames yet. The form wasn't mature yet. Well, be patient. It's not mature yet. I can't even use it myself right now. Little White waved his hand. Although it's ranked 16th, 1 rank lower than the true phoenix's flame, its power is about the same. However, if I use these 2 flames to fight against her, I'll probably lose. He was quite carefree. Anyway, everyone already knew that he was suppressed by the true phoenix with 1 hand. There was nothing to hide. Well, after all, Fong's innate talent in controlling flames is very strong. Of course, you won't be able to defeat Fong, if you use it like this, Yun Nuashing said, and reached out to pinch his white ears. Then, when will it mature? Give me a specific time, and I won't worry about it. Oh, it's either the Demon Emperor realm or the Demon God realm. Little White's ears twitched a few times. The true phoenix is about the same. However, she can use her flame now. I haven't been able to use my life thunder fire yet. After 3 minutes, Lon Xan came to her senses. She tapped her palm lightly and moved closer to Yun Nuashing. Their faces were less than 2 inches apart. Brother Nuashing, what about Little Qing and Little Xian? What about them? Each of them has their own special means. The power of the 4 gods is balanced. It can only be said that their power is similar. It's just that they specialize in different areas. Yun Nuashing said and rolled up the treasure map. She waved her hand and commanded the fire phoenix to fly toward the east. Half a month later, Yun Nuashing and the others who were originally in the northeast area of Taiyuan Domain repaired another origin pillar. They were about to go to the location of the last origin pillar. However, when they were resting on the way, they heard some news that they were very concerned about. Moreover, it seemed that it was related to something big. Yun Nuashing didn't know if it was related to something big. However, he was a little concerned about what the messenger said. After thinking for a while, he left a temporary teleportation portal on the spot and brought Lon Xan, and Little White to Xingming City. They landed outside Xingming City and hurriedly entered the city. There were people who were even more hurried than them. The cultivators who were flying in the sky were flustered and sweaty. They were flying toward the teleportation portal area. Many people were doing the same. It was as if they were carrying something important and were rushing back home. The streets were also slightly chaotic. In Xingming City, most of the people were cultivators. Only a small number of ordinary families were present. Moreover, all of them were gathered in one area. The streets were in a mess. People were in a hurry. Chaotic noises could be heard from all directions. People were pushing and shoving each other. However, no one cared about this. The people who were bumped into and the people who bumped into them didn't have time to look back to see who the other person was. They walked quickly and tidied their clothes casually. Their expressions were extremely solemn, as if they wished they could grow 2 more legs or fly away. Something big is wrong. A group of people has already disappeared. Aren't there more people who are more powerful to investigate this matter? Who has the guts to do that? Hurry up and report this matter. If there's nothing important, let's go back. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be chaotic. In the center of the city, the supreme martial artists of the first generation on the supreme list of Taiyuan domain have gathered there. It seems that there is some big news. Maybe they know something. To hell with the supreme martial artists. Not long ago, 3 supreme martial artists of the first generation died and were replaced by other supreme martial artists, who knew that the new supreme martial artists would die yesterday before they could even warm up their seats. Those were 3 divine realm deities. Yun Nuashing frowned after being pushed twice. She held Lan Xan, and Little White in her arms. Then her body swayed and they appeared in the empty sky. It was better not to fly up. As soon as they flew up, they saw a large number of people rushing toward the center of Xingming City crazily. They didn't even bother to hide their auras. There were middle-level and high-level deities among them. Why is the atmosphere so solemn? What on earth has happened? Little White, who was being held by Yun Nuashing, shook a little. After a while, she remembered that she had broken free from Yun Nuashing's hands. She looked around, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. It seems that Xingming City has never been so chaotic before. If there is panic and a riot in the 8 great central holy cities, it is most likely that something big has happened. These 8 great central holy cities are the places where all the information is gathered. The information is circulated the fastest. Yun Nuashing said. She didn't say anything else and flew toward the center of Xingming City. They had rushed back in a hurry because they had received the news in the remote place. The person who had sent the news was shouting like a madman. However, he couldn't say anything clearly. So, they had no choice but to rush to Xingming City. For this reason, they even used a scroll of teleportation array. After all, the distance was not as simple as a few billion miles. Even if they tore the void and rushed over, it would take some time. It would be faster to teleport directly. When they were flying toward the center of Xingming City, Yun Nuashing stopped a person and asked him about it. In the end, that person was also confused. However, his expression was solemn. He said that he had heard that something big had happened in the north. Probably many people from the surrounding regions are rushing here. I also used the teleportation array from a faraway place. I don't know if the person who sent the news is dead or alive. That person said, "What on earth happened?" Yun Nuashing asked quickly. Many people died. Black clouds. A black area. In the north. I don't know where the north is. A supreme master of a generation came back alive with news. Let's go and take a look. That person said quickly. His speed increased a little. Yun Nuashing and the other 2 looked at each other blankly. Half a month ago, everything was fine. Why did it suddenly seem as if the sky was about to change? Black clouds in the north? Little White scratched her head in confusion. She felt that something was wrong. She couldn't put her finger on it. Could it be the demon race? Lan Xan, Er's voice was slightly serious. Apart from the dark element, only the demon race had the power of the dark element. In the entire divine world, there was only one person who had the power of the dark element. He was right next to her. Yun Nuashing frowned. If that was really the case, he couldn't think of any motive. During the Taiyuan Grand Meeting several years ago, the 2 letters should have agreed on a period of peace. Why would they start a unilateral war at this time? No matter how he looked at it, it was a little rash. The divine world was definitely not without experts. It was also not completely unmatched. Although the divine world had suffered a crushing defeat in the past, the demon race had definitely suffered more losses than the divine world in every big battle. Unless they are plotting something. Didn't you say last time that the demon race had come prepared this time? Little White tilted her head, and looked at him. Ah, yes. The combination of the astrolabe and the Book of Epics allowed us to deduce a part of the situation, but I don't know the details. Yun Nuashing nodded. Then he frowned again. Who knew what they were plotting? Many powerful figures swooped down from countless directions and gathered in the center of Xingming City. Even the high-level gods couldn't maintain their usual calm appearance. Yun Nuashing even saw the elders of the 9 divine temples standing there. There were also people from other big forces. They were all permanent residents of Xingming City or the businesses of their families, not only here, but also in other central holy cities. While they were talking, they arrived at the center of Xingming City. There used to be a group of huge palaces here. Now it had become an empty space. Instead, it was replaced by a huge square that was engraved with talismans. Xingming Square, the sole building of Xingming City. It is said that the core of the city is this square, Little White said. Even this thing was brought out. It seemed like the problem was really not small. At this time, groups of experts had already gathered in the square. The ones sitting at the bottom were all low-level gods. Those who were weaker surrounded the periphery and didn't dare to come in. Just as he arrived, Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Then he became slightly vigilant. He felt that there was an unusual fluctuation of energy with an extremely ominous aura. Chapter 1055. Seeing Yun Nuashing stop abruptly, Lan Xaner also stopped and looked at him in confusion. She saw him squinting his eyes and looking around. However, she didn't have such good senses like him. Most of the time, when he suddenly felt something, it would take a while for them to react. What's wrong? Whitey stopped beside him and swept its eyes across the surroundings, pausing especially at the center of the plaza. The Dark Star Plaza was filled with a sea of people. Everyone's expressions were not very calm. Everyone was talking at once, and it was very chaotic. If one did not concentrate, it would be very difficult to hear a complete sentence. Haha, strange aura. Something interesting. Yun Nuashing suddenly smiled. His squinted eyes flashed with blue light. He looked around the square and secretly locked onto some places, but he didn't show any abnormalities. Lan Xan and Whitey looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't know what this guy had found. Yun Nuashing didn't explain. He clenched his hand in his sleeve, and the 9-colored token of the 9 shrines appeared in his hand. He squeezed it gently, and an extremely subtle fluctuation of energy quietly spread out. The energy in this place was chaotic, and such a weak fluctuation could be easily ignored or even not sensed by anyone. However, it could be accurately transmitted to some people. In the middle of the Dark Star Square, the people from a few great powers were gathered together. They surrounded a few young people and were listening to what they were saying. Suddenly, the expression of one of them changed. However, no one noticed it in an instant. He lifted his head and calmly glanced at the crowd. He faintly said, "I'm sorry, I will take my leave first. You can continue with your discussion." The people of the major forces were surprised, but he didn't explain anything and just rushed to the edge of the square. They were confused and didn't know why the elder of the 9 shrines left at this time. "Ignore him for now. You can continue with your discussion." One of them waved his hand and said to the young people, "That elder wasn't the only one who secretly made a move." Many people who were gathered at the edge or seemed to be standing at random had their expressions change. Then they quickly walked towards a corner of the plaza without batting an eyelid. Hidden in their sleeves and pockets, there was a token that emitted a faint light, guiding them to the side of the person who issued the call. The elder, who came out from the center, swept past the crowd and arrived at the edge of the crowd. The light from the token gradually dimmed. He raised his head and saw a girl with long, colorful hair in front of him. He was stunned when he saw her. As an emperor god expert of the 9 Divine Palace and a member of the upper echelon who was stationed in Star Underworld City, he naturally knew that there was a young hall master in the 9 Divine Palace whom he had never met before. He had once thought about how the young hall master would look like when she appeared in front of him. All right, it was just an ordinary meeting. Furthermore, he had used the token of the divine palace to summon him. He knew the characteristics of the young hall master, so he was able to recognize her. Yun Nuashing turned to look at this god emperor elder who rushed over the fastest. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His appearance was handsome, and his attire was appropriate. He looked like a gentleman. He thought for a moment and softly sent a voice transmission to greet him. "Elder!" Seeing that the other party didn't come over, and his eyes flashed slightly as though he was planning something, that elder's expression turned solemn. He nodded without leaving a trace. After that, he turned around and moved slightly to the side. He also transmitted back. "Young Hall Master, the people from the 9 Divine Palace stationed in Star Underworld City have answered the call. My name is Jin Qi, a middle-stage god emperor. There are dozens of middle and high-level gods in the Star Underworld City. They are all at your command." Yun Nuashing nodded. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. A piece of information was transmitted from his soul into the mind of Jin Qi before quietly dissipating. The latter hurriedly glanced at it, causing his body to tremble slightly. "Then I'll have to trouble you. It's not good for me to show myself at this moment. I'll observe the situation in the dark. Your combat power should be sufficient. If you can react in time, you might be fine." Yun Nuashing said softly. He brought Lan Xan, and Little White to the side. After that, he spoke again. "Pay attention to those 3 supreme beings who came back alive. Amen. I've finished my matter. Now, let's talk about the information you've gathered. We've just arrived here, so we don't know what happened yet." Jin Qi pondered for a moment before slowly walking towards the center of the square. His voice was also transmitted out. The information was brought back by those 3 supreme beings of the origin generation. They discovered traces of a fierce battle in the North Ice world. Just as they were about to go over to take a look, they were engulfed by a black whirlwind. That black whirlwind seemed to have a huge strength. It annihilated most of them in an instant, leaving less than 10 of them alive. After that, they encountered black glaciers and black ice mountains. There was an extremely strange energy spreading across the ice field. The ice field of the 10,000 years frozen Earth will not have any abnormal changes for tens of thousands of years, unless it's caused by someone. Yun Nuashing replied. He looked at those people who were talking excitedly and running around, narrowing his eyes slightly. A supreme elder of the Heaven Wasteland Palace went there. It said that he was an emperor god expert, but he also died there. The black clouds in the North Ice world have begun to spread. I'm afraid that the Pure Land will be occupied by that strange energy. Damn it, isn't there anyone who's stronger going there to investigate? They don't even know what's going on there. Even an emperor god expert died there. Who dares to investigate? Unless those sleeping existences wake up. That's too difficult. There were many noisy voices in his ears. Yun Nuashing tried his best to distinguish them. At the same time, he listened to Elder Jin Qi's information and frowned slightly. She roughly knew the cause of the incident, but that wasn't the most important thing. The death of a few juniors wasn't enough to attract so much attention. More importantly, there was a strange change in the North Ice world. A group of high-level gods had died there. They were all swept into the black whirlwind. Their corpses were all gone, and only a pool of black blood was left. It emitted a corrosive power and burned a hole in the ice field. Many people were extremely fearful. Even divine lord experts could be killed there. It was almost a forbidden land for life. However, there were also some who were more daring. After understanding the situation here, they flew towards the teleportation gate area, as if they wanted to personally take a look. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and said to Lan Xan, and Elder Jin Qi, "I can take a look there directly. It's not a big commotion. Do you want to take a look?" Elder Jin Qi pondered for a while and glanced at those places casually. After a minute of silence, he said, "It would be great if young master could take a look." I'm also very curious about that place. However, it will take some time to go back and forth. I just got the news not long ago. If the commotion hadn't spread to Xingming City, I would have known about it even later. Oh, then I'll take a look. Yun Nuashing nodded. The Book of Epics went into her head. Her eyes were filled with rainbow colors, sea blue and gold. She turned half a circle and looked toward the north. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her vision suddenly traversed countless distances. From the center of the Source Peak region, she saw an entire starry sky. She was stunned. It seemed that her vision had penetrated too far. She almost went through the world barrier and saw the void. After adjusting for a few minutes, Yun Nuashing blinked a few times and finally saw the ice blue. She looked around but didn't see the black thing that everyone was talking about. She couldn't help but frown. She stared for a while to make sure that she couldn't see anything strange in her vision. Then, she slowly scanned her surroundings. After scanning for a while, she didn't see any black clouds or black glaciers. Instead, she saw a small town standing on the bank of the Source Ice River. It was far away from the North Ice World on the other side. After crossing this river, she would reach the North Ice World. That small town wasn't very big. It was just a small town on the edge of the Source Peak region. Usually it was cold and cheerless, and there were very few visitors. However, at that moment, it was unusually lively. An unusual number of people had gathered there. From afar, more people were rushing over. There were many powerful experts. It has been 6 days since this incident happened. It is said that a group of extremely powerful gods died. Now, there are so many people gathered here. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Of course, she didn't think that this was a group of people with the same interests gathering for a meal. Thinking of what she had heard just now, these people who had gathered here were most likely planning to go to the North Ice World to take a look at the black glaciers and black icebergs. They were a group of people who didn't care about their lives. Oh, a group of gods who didn't care about their lives. I did feel a strange power, but where is it? Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to turn her gaze away, she seemed to hear some conversation. It was voices coming from the small town. The people of the Dark Ice Valley seemed to have brought the eternal weapon. It was probably left behind by their ancestor. They are serious this time. They have put in so much effort. 2 groups of their people died in there. It was an unexpected disaster. Originally, the Black Dead Zone was near the west of the North Ice World. The people of the Dark Ice Valley were exploring the mysterious area near the center of the North Ice World. Who knew that the Black Dead Zone, which had never moved before, would suddenly appear in front of that group of people and be wiped out? There was even a god of hell leading the team. Later, they sent another group of people, but there was no news of them. Their soul tablets were all blown up. Even the Taoist elder of the Dark Ice Valley has come out. That is a god-emperor expert who wields the eternal weapon. Perhaps he might be able to uncover the true face of that strange area. Yun Nuashing frowned. The other party had even brought out the eternal weapon. It seemed they were really furious. He did not spend much effort in finding that group of people from the Dark Ice Valley. The leading old man was a middle-stage god-emperor. He could not see anything on the surface, and neither did he see any god weapon aura, but rhythm. Yun Nuashing softly murmured in her heart. Her eyes changed slightly. She could see a lump of blue aura emitting from the body of that old man. It was the energy of the god weapon he brought along. It was hidden in the spatial container. But with the fluctuation of the Book of Epic and the soul acceptance godly body, she could only see it. Rank 12 eternal weapon. It is a standard deity weapon. It should be an armor. Its aura is more inclined towards defense. Yun Nuashing glanced twice before shifting her gaze away. They are well prepared. It's just that I wonder what the situation will be like. They are taking action. That saves me from waiting. Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes. Within that small town, a group of people took the lead to rush out. That old man from the Dark Ice Valley. exchanged glances with that group of people. He nodded lightly before following their footsteps. They crossed the origin ice river one after another and headed towards the North Ice World. They have set off. I wonder what the outcome will be this time. The people in the small town watched as the two groups of people rushed towards the North Ice World. They widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Their breathing turned heavy. Previously, a large number of people had died. This time, as soon as they entered the North Ice World, the first group of people took out a heavy shield. It was 2 meters tall and could hide a person behind it. The golden shield was as dazzling as the sun, emitting a scorching light. That kind of temperature made the people following behind sweat slightly. The pure ice below reflected the dazzling light and actually melted a little. The golden brilliance and flames illuminated the surroundings like a corona. The faint deity spirit aura it emitted made many people feel suffocated. Faint deity spirit aura. It is a little stronger than rank 12. It is close to the edge of a God's Park weapon. Yun Nuashing blinked. Her eyes were burning because of the dazzling sunlight. Roar! A metallic sound was heard. It was like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It reverberated between heaven and earth. The crisp sound contained a great pressure that shook people's souls. Plop! In the small town, even though they were far away, some people's faces turned pale and they knelt down on the ground. It was as if an invisible hand was suppressing them. They had to crawl on the ground to reduce the pressure on their bodies. It was also a rank 12 eternal weapon, but the additional faint deity spirit aura from the golden shield was enough to shake people's souls. It made people feel reverent and even wanted to kneel down and worship it. The old man from the Black Ice Valley took out an ice blue armor. The armor automatically separated and covered his body. The ice blue aura almost froze the air. The iceberg rumbled and shook as the aura descended, as if something was about to burst out. The two people holding the eternal weapons became extremely majestic. Their auras covered the heavens and the earth. Their figures seemed to be reflected in the sky. They were incomparably huge, as if deities had appeared in the world. Monstrous auras swirled around them. Their eyes were filled with disdain. The two people looked at each other and waved their hands. Only the two of them dashed out. The people from the Black Ice Valley and the other group of people cupped their fists and shouted at them. Then they quickly retreated from the North Ice realm. That place was not a place that could be used to make up the number of people. Only the most powerful people could go there. If others stepped into that place, they would only turn into ashes. Yun Nuashing's gaze followed the two of them. His pupils constricted slightly. The two rhombus-shaped eyes rotated weakly as he stared at the two of them. The two eternal divine weapons could not block the prying eyes of the Book of Epics. They could not even detect them. Wang! The huge golden shield let out a tremor that penetrated the heavens and the earth. Flames burst out and rushed into the clouds. A terrifying pressure swept across the vast ice field, shattering the icebergs in the distance. They turned into huge ice stones that rolled on the glacial land. That kind of power could even slightly shake the barrier of the primordial realm. It was obviously a defensive eternal weapon, but it released an extremely powerful offensive power. That unique power was the power of deities contained in the weapon. Although it was very weak, it was enough to shake the entire world. The power of deities was absolute. They would only be suppressed by more powerful deities. Those who were not deities would never be able to break through it. They were a group of lawless life forms. They would not be bound by any rules. Their power was also this strong. The two emperor gods looked solemn. They seemed to have reached the pinnacle of their lives. Their mental states were excellent. Divine light shone from their eyes. Thunder and lightning bloomed. They were like deities descending to the mortal world. They knew how dangerous it was to enter a place that was rumored to be a forbidden area. However, they rushed over resolutely. They did not even look back as they rushed towards the depths of the North Ice World. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. These two people seemed to know the place. No, they didn't know the place. It seemed to be the space in that place is changing. It's a slight change. Every slight change is too small. It's so small that I would miss it if I didn't pay attention. Yun Nuashing's expression was solemn. The space that the Book of Epics saw had a slight distortion. It was a distortion that covered the entire region. As long as one was within the range of the distortion, no matter which direction one walked in, one's direction would be changed by the slight distortion. Even emperor gods would not be able to detect it unless they were wielding an eternal weapon that was related to space. That direction seems to be towards the ice world's divine realm. What are those people doing at my tomb? That's not right. The ice world's divine realm is right in the center of the North Ice world. They seem to be going around the edge of the divine realm. Yun Nuashing muttered. This was definitely not a natural movement. Someone was definitely controlling something behind the scenes. Well, even if the door to the ice world's divine realm is open, you won't be able to enter. He was not worried that his tomb would be pried open. Even if that place was forcefully torn open, no one would be able to enter. From the beginning to the end, only he was allowed to enter and bring a few people with him. He looked around for about 10 minutes. The sky was filled with wind and snow, and the snow clouds were thick. It was a world sealed in ice. It was deathly silent. The sky was slightly dark. The wind and snow there seemed to be even thicker, covering the sky and earth until it changed color. It was as if an eternal night had descended. Then his entire vision turned black. It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Disappearing without any warning, Yun Nuashing widened his eyes and was slightly stunned. There was some kind of barrier that covered a region. Nothing could be seen or heard. This was the Book of Epic's weakness. There was no way to break it. Its other functions were too powerful, but it could not bypass this kind of barrier that was tainted with the power of rules. He hurriedly retreated a distance. Then he saw a huge black tornado that encompassed an area of tens of thousands of miles. The black wind blades sliced the space into pieces. The black brilliance dyed the area of hundreds of thousands of miles dark. It even covered the glaciers and icebergs with a layer of black film. It was as if an eternal night had descended. That place was filled with the aura of absolute death. He only had time to see that the corona was struggling like a dying star. The flames were released to the most dazzling extent. That was the most dazzling scene before a star fell. In the end, it could not escape the fate of death. Boom! A sound that shook the earth resounded as the crimson light pierced through the silence of the eternal night. The monstrous fiery light was like an ocean of flames that could destroy the world as it descended from the sky, forcefully crushing the black tornado. The impact of the pure energy turned the land within a radius of millions of miles into a vacuum zone, shattering space and time. That was the fire of doomsday, about to burn everything in the world to ashes. Amidst the blazing flames, two divine lights pierced through the sea of flames. That huge shield had shrunk to the size of a wash basin. It was wrapped in a dim ice-blue armor as it flew into the distance. Both of them had become extremely dim. They emitted a slight buzzing sound, as if they were mourning for something. They are dead. 2 more emperor gods have died. In the small town, the people of the mysterious ice valley and another group of people cried out miserably. Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere was a little bleak. The cold at the border could penetrate into the bone. Even the wind and snow were a little bleak. The 2 eternal divine weapons flew out quickly and were caught by 2 groups of people. They were badly damaged. There were many scratches on their surfaces. No one knew how long it would take for them to recover. That damned place. Everyone cursed angrily. Yun Nuashing slowly withdrew his gaze. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lon Exayener holding an oil paper umbrella. She seemed to be shielding him from the strange gazes. However, The atmosphere in the square was so solemn that not many people were willing to take the time to look at them. Yun Nuashing revealed a strange smile. Thanks to the huge golden shield, it and the icy blue armor had released all of their energy and shattered the black tornado. At that moment, the monstrous flames were as dazzling as an exploding sun. At that moment, he saw something. There were several shadows that were dragged out by the monstrous flames. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, he clearly saw them. Chapter 1056. That strange black land seemed to have been created by someone. It mercilessly took the lives of experts. Everyone who entered turned into a pool of black blood and disappeared. Even their screams could not be heard. This was what Yunua had seen. Unsurprisingly, the black storm had a powerful ability to disturb the rules, preventing him from seeing what was happening inside. It would even sweep the people inside and send them flying in other directions. If not for the two eternal divine weapons forcibly tearing the storm apart, he might not have been able to detect what was happening inside. However, the storm only disappeared for a short moment. He only had time to see a few figures that were extremely conspicuous under the illumination of the fire. Then the storm closed again, leaving behind a pitch-black area. The glaciers, icebergs, and snow clouds had all turned inky black. The violent black whirlwind continued to blow, as if it was going to sweep the ice field apart. Its range was still expanding. What happened in the North Ice world quickly spread to Xingming City. At this time, there were many people and a lot of eyes staring at that place. The news came back very quickly. It was as simple as taking out a jade slip to send a message. The news shocked everyone. Even an Emperor God expert with an eternal divine weapon had died inside. Nothing was left of him. In the end, only the eternal divine weapon had escaped. That place was actually so dangerous, a man-made danger zone. It's not a natural formation at all. It's someone's doing. Yun Nuashing sent a message softly. The ice worlds at both ends would not have any abnormal changes for millions of years. It was the most stable region. There was a reason for that, but there was no need to talk too much about it. Elder Jin Qi had already returned to the center of the square. He listened to the three young supremes talking about many things clearly and logically. They even knew exactly where they came out. He was puzzled. That black whirlwind had a strong disturbance of the power of laws. All kinds of senses would be lost if one was swept into it. Those man-made danger zones were still spreading wildly. Moreover, the young hall master had said that unless it's intentional, otherwise even god emperors wouldn't be able to survive after being sucked in. Otherwise, they would have a true divine spiritual weapon to protect themselves. Yun Nuashing's voice sounded in his mind, causing Jin Qi's frown to deepen. He looked at the three of them with deep eyes. They were young, confident, heroic, and calm. Except for one who was a little talkative, they looked just like three youths. They could not hide the frivolity of youth on their faces, and the light in their eyes was slightly evil. It was only because of the young hall master's words that he felt suspicious and sensed a slight unnaturalness. The other people who were gathered here did not think so much. They were all thinking about the faraway northernmost land. Oh, so many people gathered here to talk nonsense? Just for this trivial matter? Yun Nuashing muttered. It was just a group of people who had died. There shouldn't be so many people gathered here. Fairy, there's something you don't know. Right now, many people are guessing whether the North Ice Realm will become a great forbidden area in the God Realm. The reason why they've gathered here is purely because of this matter, someone said from the side. News had come back that 7 storm zones had been discovered in the North Ice Realm. When the black wind blew on a person's body, it could reduce their life force and life essence by almost half. The wounds cut by the wind would bleed black pus and eventually rot. The 7 storm zones were still expanding. It looked like they were going to swallow up the entire North Ice Realm. Heroes come from the young. Even god emperors can't escape from that black land, but you 3 managed to escape. Jin Qi suddenly smiled faintly, and looked at the three of them with admiration. He kept nodding as if he was very satisfied. I wonder if the three of you are willing to join the Nine Deities Temple? If you join the Nine Deities Temple, we will definitely nurture you. It is not impossible for you to become a god in the future. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all shocked. The Nine Deities Temple, which usually did not accept many disciples and only occasionally accepted a batch of disciples who passed the standard of quality, also threw out an olive branch. It seemed that these three young people were really deeply favored by the Nine Deities Temple. Also, with such achievements and the testimony of bystanders, it could not be faked. Although they were only in the realm of gods, they were able to escape from the place of death where even god emperors would fall. The three of them were slightly startled. One of them smiled faintly. It was a peaceful smile. His handsome face carried a hint of gentleness. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. He said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, the three of us already have a master. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint you." Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Jin Chi smiled amiably and kept nodding. He asked casually, "Where did you three come from? We might even know a sect that can produce such a disciple. It's just a small hidden sect. How could the Nine Deities Temple pay any attention to us?" The person smiled and shook his head. "Heroes don't ask where they come from. However, it's fine if you don't want to say your master. What are your names?" Someone asked with a smile. The sovereign list had been changing too quickly recently. It seemed like the children of some big shots had appeared. Some had even replaced the sovereign list. They didn't recognize the three in front of them. They had only heard that they were on the sovereign list of the Taiyuan domain. Chang Yuan. The weak-looking young man grinned innocently. Jin Chi squinted at the young man who called himself Chang Yuan. The other two didn't say anything. They stood there calmly and looked at Chang Yuan. It seemed like they had something to say. At that moment, Yun Nuoxing transmitted a message to him. His expression changed slightly. He looked at Chang Yuan, who was still talking to the great elders of the other forces. He suddenly smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect little brother Chang Yuan to be a matrix master." Chang Yuan's expression changed abruptly. A moment later, he smiled calmly and nodded. "I know a little, but oh, such a profound trajectory and such a huge structure. This must be a divine, rank heaven taboo supermatrix. It has an extremely powerful killing aura. Moreover, it must have been hidden under our noses. It must have taken a lot of effort. Do you want to set off fireworks in Xingming City?" Jin Chi grinned. His words made the surroundings quiet down. "Who exactly are you? Even the name Chang Yuan is fake, isn't it?" Jin Chi said with a fake smile. Chang Yuan was probably the name of Chang Yuan realm. Anyone who knew of its existence probably wouldn't dare use such a name. "I'm not anyone special." Chang Yuan grinned innocently. He calmly took a small step back, showing his shiny teeth. "I'm just a soul ferryman to another world." Everyone was shocked. Then their gazes became serious. Who was this guy? He actually dared to speak like this in front of several great god emperors. Even if there really was a divine rank heaven taboo formation, it definitely couldn't stop these great god emperors. He didn't hide his voice, so everyone in the surroundings heard him. Suddenly, the expressions of those who were still discussing froze. They turned around with strange gazes, only to see that among the three young people, two of them had very cruel smiles on their faces. They were full of evil. Interesting. It seems like there's something unexpected about today's matter. One of them couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't take Jin Chi seriously at all. Even if he knew there was a divine rank heaven taboo formation, he wasn't afraid. "Brother Jin, did you see something?" "Oh, there's an array hidden underground. A large part of it has already been formed. It has an extremely powerful offensive power. If it's activated, the consequences would be unimaginable." These words weren't said by Jin Chi instead, it was said by another great god emperor. After being reminded by Jin Chi, he used a huge amount of energy to scan the surroundings. After that, he saw a high energy reaction coming from the underground of Star Underworld City. However, he wasn't anxious. He had the demeanor of an expert. He even pointed out how to improve the array without fear. Old man Wan Hua is still so proficient in arrays. The others couldn't help but praise. The others also had a relaxed look. They couldn't be blamed for this. As great god emperors, especially those who had been famous for a long time, they didn't put 3 heavenly gods and a heaven taboo formation in their eyes. This array isn't complete yet. It has huge flaws and can be easily broken. Old man Wan Hua pointed at several places and chuckled. Oh, is that so? Chang Yuan smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Then why does an elder try? Just bombard the area around the core of the array. It can be broken in an instant. Old man Wan Hua, the flaws you see are all traps. Jin Chi lightly shouted. Following that, his energy suddenly surged out. The explosive power of a great god emperor startled everyone in the square. Huh? Chang Yuan finally lost his composure. His expression became gloomy as he stomped his foot on the ground. With a loud rumble, a huge black array that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide suddenly emerged from the ground, covering more than half of Star Underworld City. Heaven and earth suddenly became as dark as ink. The 2 stars were covered by dark clouds, and the earth was plunged into darkness. The entire Star Underworld City was covered in darkness. Billowing black fog rose from the ground and spread in all directions in an instant. The earth trembled violently as if 1,000 volcanoes were rumbling. A terrifying, murderous aura gushed out from the ground, and a power that contained a taste of madness swept out in an instant. Wow! The moment the black array appeared, the entire Star Underworld City lit up with an extremely bright light. It was like the sun in the night sky. A huge amount of energy surged. A layer of transparent light spanned several 100,000 kilometers, enveloping the entire Star Underworld City. It even isolated the central square. The huge layer of light illuminated the black clouds, causing them to emit a dazzling golden light. The blood-transforming, spirit-devouring array is not so easy to block. Very soon, your city will become a desolate city of the dead. Chang Yuan said coldly. Several great god emperors frowned slightly. With a wave of their hands, a huge amount of energy that could shake the entire city rapidly condensed and rushed towards Chang Yuan and the other 2. Following that, 2 great god emperors rushed out and arrived in front of the black array in a flash. Hearing Jin Chi's words, they shouted in unison. Their hands were filled with a huge amount of energy as they tore at the array. Pung pung pung! Chang Yuan and the other 2 flashed and disappeared into a black energy barrier. The tsunami-like energy slammed against the barrier, creating a series of crashing sounds. A light flashed, and the vast amount of energy was directly swallowed up. The black fog billowed and rushed in all directions. However, just as it was about to pass through the barrier covering Star Underworld City Square, it suddenly encountered a strong resistance and was bounced back. Moreover, it had almost completely disappeared. Chang Yuan was shocked. How could Star Underworld City's defensive array block the blood-transforming, spirit-devouring array? As long as it was not an energy barrier that contained absolute power of laws, it would not be able to block his array. Unless Star Underworld City and the other saint cities activated their strongest defenses from the start. Clearly, this was not the case. Looks like your array is not as effective as I thought. Old man Wan Hua smiled faintly. His beard that reached his waist trembled. He raised the walking stick in his hand and gently stomped it on the ground. Hong Long! The entire ground began to shake violently. The black magic formation shook violently. The large number of talisman symbols engraved on the magic formation suddenly dimmed. Many of them were extinguished. The patterns on the magic formation also dimmed down. Even so, having you two is enough. Chang Yuan coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out a scroll, tearing it in half. Then his hand seals changed, and the entire black array shook. As he moved, the two beside him also shouted and made hand seals. Their bodies also changed. Originally, they were all dressed in green, but at this time they were wearing long robes. Their long black hair and robes were flowing with demonic energy. The whites of their eyes also turned black, and traces of black aura spread out from their bodies. Orthodox demon Qi, you are from the demon race. Old man Wan Hua glanced at the three with a little surprise. The walking stick in his hand fell again, shattering large numbers of runes and patterns. The surrounding people were shocked when they heard this. Those three were actually from the demon race. Honglong. A monstrous, murderous aura condensed, almost freezing the world. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged everywhere, and the power of the elements was violent. The energy, light, almost made the world brighter than during the day. The world was boiling in an instant. Countless people showed angry faces and stared fiercely at Chang Yuan and the other two. You demon race people broke into our holy city. Do you want to start a war with us? A group of people screamed in fear. They had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. They wanted to rush out of the Dark Star Square, but this place was sealed. They couldn't use any method to rush out. They were trapped in a trap, and it was difficult to advance or retreat. Oh! Chang Yuan smiled faintly, no longer had the cold smile from before. He seemed to have been prepared. At this time he waved his hand, and an endless dark light soared into the sky with a loud bang, covering the whole square. A huge and violent energy whirlwind madly rotated, and everyone felt a taste of annihilation. Pum! 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 Flowers of blood bloomed in the air, turning into black pus and blood flowing on the ground. Not even bones were left. In this strange killing array, even mid-level gods were as fragile as a piece of paper. The terrifying energy made everyone's heart palpitate. The raging winds condensed into dense black wind blades, sweeping in all directions. Every time a wind blade swept past, a person would be cut in half. Their bodies would turn into pus and blood and fall to the ground. Their souls and bodies would be completely wiped out. Pum! A heavenly god exploded into a cloud of blood on the spot. The low banging sound made everyone's scalp tingle. The strange power of this array killed people without leaving a trace. Suppress your own bloodline and soul. The blood-devouring array will use these two as a guide to destroy you from the inside out. If you don't want to die, hurry up and suppress it. As panic spread, old man Wanhua's face trembled and he shouted. This array, according to the records, was a very powerful array in the demon race. Even if it was used to deal with people stronger than it, it had obvious effects. Upon hearing this cry, the remaining people hurriedly suppressed their bloodline and soul, which had been in a turmoil since the beginning, after which they raised a powerful energy barrier. Those dense wind blades slammed onto the barrier, emitting waves of loud sounds. However, this measure did reduce the number of sudden explosions into a bloody fog. The few god emperors' faces were ugly. They thought it was just a small hedgehog, but they didn't expect it to cause such a big trouble. It was laughable that they were too arrogant just now. This array indeed couldn't deal with them, but it could deal with the people here. Boom! The black storm gathered the energy of the entire heaven and earth, and the scale was unprecedentedly huge. It shook the barrier of Xingming City until it rippled. The violent energy swept across, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of people disappeared. Jin Qi and the others saw it, and their faces turned green. In an instant, almost a third of the people were gone. In the Dark Star City, most of the experts did not go to the Dark Star Square. At this time, When they saw the huge black storm that swept over, they all fell silent. That kind of black energy contained a crazy taste that disturbed people's minds. The aura of the orthodox demon chi. An old man whispered, and the surrounding people were shocked. Their eyes shone with divine light, but the barrier of Xingming City blocked the inside and outside. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. In the black clouds, thick bolts of black lightning fell, striking the light barrier, but they were burned to ashes by the golden energy. It seemed that there was no danger in Xingming City for a while. The sky was filled with violent black whirlwinds and wind blades. In a short period of time, it actually suppressed everyone. Old Man Wanhua and the other god emperors were trying to break the array. The two god emperors roared angrily again and raised their strength. Monstrous energy covered the sky and the earth as it smashed down. However, Chongyuan and the other two were unaffected. The black energy barrier blocked all the attacks and was unable to be penetrated. Peng Peng! This tortoise shell is really hard. The two god emperors felt a chill in their hearts. If this continued, it wouldn't be good. The two of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and released their divine essence to the peak. They used all their strength to smash the black barrier. Chang Yuan sneered, and his eyes faintly looked in another direction. In the black storm, there was a slightly calmer place. The people in this place were cleaned up immediately, and the ground was covered with pus and blood. At this time, 10 people in black robes surrounded this place. Their hands were moving slowly, and their mouths were muttering incantations. Black demon runes emerged from the void and imprinted themselves in the space, causing the space to fluctuate. The pus and blood seemed to be boiling and bubbling, and a fishy smell pervaded the air. Young Temple Master is right. You guys are actually taking advantage of this period of time to play tricks. In other words, the commotion caused by Chang Yuan's high-profile actions is just a bait? Jin Qi's faint laughter quietly echoed, and the 10 people were stunned. But they didn't stop. Their hands moved faster, but it was obvious that they were a little disorderly. Jin Qi narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Figures from the 9 temples descended, and they were all experts of the 9 temples. Kill all the demon race. Kill without mercy. You demon race seem to have prepared something. Then come. These years have been too peaceful. The day of the demon world's descent is approaching, and as expected, there are people who can't hold back. Very well, I'll start with you and extract your souls to fill the ice world's eye. Chapter 1057. The battle in Darkstar City had erupted too quickly. One incident and one piece of news had led to a disaster. Although it was called a trap, it had been set up too quickly, and it had been hidden from everyone in Darkstar City. There were dozens of emperor gods who had gathered here. However, not a single one of them had discovered any clues until the moment the Death Formation had appeared. Slaughter, death, blood, and a dazzling light, black and deep, seemed to want to swallow the souls of people as it swept through all the powerhouses trapped in the array. Even the black storm within the array was divided into several areas. Old Man Wanhua and the others were breaking the array. The other 2 god emperors were trying to kill the one controlling the array. Jin Qi and the other 9 shrine powerhouses were trying to stop the demon powerhouses on the other side, but they were also obstructed. There were also demon powerhouses hiding in the dark. A demon emperor powerhouse was fighting Jin Qi, and 2 god emperors were fighting with all their strength. But the storm showed no signs of dissipating. It was truly terrifying. This dual array also borrows the power of a 10th, probably an 11th level weapon. It's a little troublesome. Old Man Urahana pondered for a moment. He gripped his walking stick with both hands, and at the bottom of the walking stick and his feet, a blue light appeared, spreading towards the black array formation. However, a part of the array formation also appeared, preventing him from destroying it. Tisk, I'm old. I'm no longer useful. Old Man Wanhua sighed and shook his head. He raised his walking stick high, paused for a second, and then slammed it on the ground. Dong! Amidst the heavy, muffled sound, the blue patterns turned into thousands of threads, condensing into waves that pounced on the black magic formation. The latter shook, and a large part of the runes and patterns were extinguished. Even the black whirlwind slowed down for a moment. That old man is too much of a hindrance. If this continues, the array will collapse sooner or later. The youth beside Chang Yuan saw this and couldn't help but curse, impulsively wanting to rush out. Chang Yuan frowned and reached out to pull him back. The barrier in front of him once again bloomed with a bright light, and a high-energy explosion hit the barrier, causing it to tremble. Do you want to die if you rush out now? Chang Yuan glared at him fiercely. No matter what, the other side is still a God-Emperor powerhouse. The initiative of the battle will soon be grasped by them. If the array is broken, then so be it. We were originally just bait. It's enough as long as everything goes well over there. In the violent black whirlwind, dense wind blades spun at high speed in the air. Each wind blade was about 3 meters long. If they touched it lightly, even a mid-level god would be injured. Those who were trapped by the violent wind and wind blades held on to the energy barrier tightly. Many of them had large scars on their bodies, and their souls were dim. The moment the magic formation was activated, the attack landed on their bodies. Many of them did not have time to defend themselves, so they suppressed their souls and bloodlines. There was another attack behind, and if they were not careful, even a king of Hell elite would die. This demon race's magic array seems to be different from what we know. In the middle of the black storm, there was a colorful energy barrier that stood steadily. No matter how the wind blew, it did not move at all. The wind blades and energy waves could not pass through at all. They were quietly annihilated when they were over 30 meters away from the barrier. Mei Mao looked at the black magic array under her feet and wrinkled her nose. This was the demon race's magic array, and it was completely made of demonic energy. The structure of this magic array was very different from the magic array of the god world. She could not understand it at all, and could not help but feel a little depressed. From the structure of the demon race's magic array, it is somewhat like the prototype of a god spirit's magic array. Yun Nuashing stroked his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Compared to the formations in the god realm, it may seem like a shortcut to that level, but there's no such thing as a shortcut to that level. If you slack off here and take a shortcut, there'll be another hurdle behind you that will cause you to stumble. Oh, it's a bit early to say that. Well, the demon race's magic array has nothing to do with the power of the elements, just like the god spirit's magic array. It is not necessarily related to the power of the elements. The magic arrays that we know now are made of the power of the elements and other things. When you reach a higher level, there will not be so many shackles, such as the demon race's magic array now, said Yun Nuashing. The demon race could not use the power of the elements, so it was naturally impossible for them to use the power of the elements to form a magic array. Brother Nuashing, are you not going to fight? Lan Xan looked at the black storm, where she could see the situation through the layers of obstacles. The great supreme gods were in a bitter battle, and both sides needed time. Old man Wanhua needed time to break the magic array, while Chang Yuan and the other demon emperor needed time to stall for time, so that the 10 demon race experts would not know what was going on. Although they did not know what was going on, at a glance, they felt that something was wrong. Oh! Yun Nuashing made an unclear sound in her throat and turned to look at Jin Qi at this time. He was being held back by a demon emperor. It seemed that the former was stronger, and victory was only a matter of time. The remaining 9 shrine experts were also being held back one by one, and the battle was in a stalemate. I don't like to fight. It's a good thing to be able to end it quickly. Yun Nuashing hugged Lan Xan from behind and pressed her head with both hands. His slender fingers tapped her head lightly, making her unable to stop herself from murmuring. Well, compared to before, I prefer to stand in the background more. It's naturally good to not be noticed. Lan Xian or shrugged her shoulders. This brother of hers was so conflicted all the time. Who knew what he was thinking? To be frank, I think I'm a trump card, and I can't be used again and again, Yun Nuashing said while playing with her hair. Come on, don't be pretentious. Xiao Bai rolled her eyes fiercely and pointed at the 10 people with her chin, saying, I can see that those 10 guys are joining hands to summon something. Maybe it's the demon race army, maybe it's an even more powerful, strange creature. If it comes out at that time, it will be a big trouble. If you don't take action, I'm afraid that Xingming City will be in chaos today. That's not good. Yin Nuashing pretended to be surprised and then said, Anyway, every time the demon world is about to descend, there will be some demon race secretly causing trouble. It's not the first time. Every time the demon world descended, the demon race's experts hiding in the god world would come out to cause trouble. First, it was to weaken the fighting power of the human race, and second, it was to arrange some experts to hide in the god world. They would be an extremely unstable factor in the war. Now, the barrier between the demon world and the god world is not so weak that it can be easily crossed. If you want to come from that side or go from here, you will need to consume a lot of life force. Yun Nuashing glanced at the blood-dissolving spirit-devouring formation. This formation is used for this purpose. Those 10 people over there are probably opening the gate. And then they will attract a lot of demon race's experts. Xiao Bai raised his eyebrows. These demon race's experts were probably hiding in the dark. If there was a war in the future, they would be a great help to the demon race. Yun Nuashing nodded. It's always like this. It's like an event that doesn't need to be announced. At this time, the human race will know that the demon world is about to descend. Those damn guys are going to come out and cause trouble again. Similar things will happen a lot during this period. But didn't the demon world come in the name of peace this time? Last time at the Taiyuan gathering, they said that all races will coexist. Lan Xian muttered, If they want to beat you up, why would they say goodbye to you? If the barrier between the demon world and the god world was not so big that everyone could feel it, the demon world would secretly descend and stab you in the back. Do you believe it? Yun Nuashing looked at her and said helplessly, Peace and whatnot, it's just a ridiculous illusion, my lovely Xener. Lan Xian pouted and pinched his nose with her jade-like hand. Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose and said, Well, silly Xener is quite cute. Ow, don't bite me. Lan Xian bit his nose and waited until he screamed. Then she snorted and turned her head away angrily. You two are enough. Xiao Bai's face was black. They were facing a great enemy, and they were still flirting. Oh, a mere emperor god. It seemed that they were not even a great enemy. He was too nervous. Speaking of which, it was not good for him to say mere. It was all because of that guy. That's right. Yun Nuashing grinned and rubbed his nose. He tilted his head and looked at Jin Qi and the others. The array prepared by the 10 of them was fluctuating, and the space was trembling faintly. The power of space was gathering here. Just as he guessed, these people were preparing to open the door. Then I'll move around a bit. Once I break this array, it should be fine. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at Chang Yuan and the others. They were still trying their best to resist the attacks of the 2 emperor gods. Cracks had appeared on the extremely sturdy barrier under the powerful attacks of the 2 emperor gods. It seemed that it would not be long before the barrier was completely destroyed. Ta! Yun Nuashing raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The light elements around him instantly condensed into a 1-inch sphere. Then he suddenly disappeared. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the power of the spiritual divine body merged into the array. Inch by inch, the patterns on the black array were disintegrated. Chang Yuan waved his hand and controlled the energy of the barrier to resist the attacks of the 2 emperor gods. At this moment, his heart suddenly trembled. The smell of death directly broke through his heart and pierced through his soul. It made his whole body turn cold. He suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Before his voice could burst out, he pushed both of them down with his hands. He used all his strength to condense all the energy of the barrier in front of him. Then he abruptly turned his body sideways. His movements were smooth and smooth. It was also at that moment that an extremely bright golden light arrived. Pum! The seemingly eternal golden particles collided with the black barrier in an instant. The huge impact shattered the barrier in an instant. The remaining huge energy sent the two of them, who had not yet fallen to the ground, flying along with the fragments of the barrier. With a boom, they crashed into the barrier of Xingming City. They spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chang Yuan rushed to condense the energy of the barrier, but it was useless. The condensed light elemental energy instantly broke through the barrier that had withstood the attacks of the two god emperors for more than 10 minutes. The light elemental energy directly pierced through his chest, burning a hole the size of half a fist, penetrating his body from front to back. A trace of red blood flowed down from the corner of Chang Yuan's mouth. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. His eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't see anything and didn't feel anything. There was only a big hole in his chest. He didn't understand what had hurt him. The only thing he knew was that he was already seriously injured. That power still remained in his body. It was very hot and very bright. It was just right to restrain his demonic aura, causing him intense pain all over his body. Yun Nuoxing was slightly astonished. He dodged it like that? Although this move can't reach the speed of light without using all his strength, it is still 1/3 of the speed of light. The hit rate is a little low, but it can't be to the extent that even a god can dodge it, right? He had aimed at the heart. He didn't expect to miss by a little. His instincts are too strong. Moreover, this is his territory. He sensed it in an instant and missed a little, Whitey said as she spread her hands. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to dodge it if they weren't prepared, including the emperor gods. After a while, she added, "Of course, even if they were prepared, they might not be able to dodge it." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and stomped her feet on the ground again. With a loud bang, the blood and spirit devouring array suddenly shattered. The black patterns and runes all collapsed, turning into thousands of black energy particles and disappearing into the void. The black storm also disappeared with the array. It lost its energy and gradually weakened. The experts of the human race and the demon race were shocked. They could clearly feel that the energy around them seemed to be weakening gradually. The storm was about to stop. "It's broken." Chang Yuan opened his eyes wide. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and soaked his clothes. The intense pain made his entire body twitch. "Who is it? Who broke the array?" He was shocked and angry at the same time. Pum! The runes condensed by the 10 experts of the demon race also shattered. Without the support of the blood and spirit devouring array, they could not continue using it. Furthermore, when the runes and array shattered, they did not have time to retract their energy and suffered a backlash, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. That devil emperor was slightly startled. With a light shout, he sent Jin Qi, who had been entangled with him for a long time, flying away. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the surviving experts of the demon race to his side. His figure flashed and appeared behind Chang Yuan. Looking at the heavily injured latter, he was startled. That attack had directly broken through the defense of a late-stage god emperor. It even heavily injured him and knocked the other two unconscious. They had brought quite a few people, but most of them were already dead. The experts of the 9 deities' palace were very strong. They could kill a devil expert of the same realm in just a few dozen moves. At this moment, there were less than 20 people left by their side. Originally, there were about 100 people who came. There weren't many of them left in the Pantheon to begin with. "Your Highness, I suggest we retreat first," the Devil Emperor expert said solemnly. Since their plan had failed, It was not good for them to continue staying here. Jin Chi and the rest of the god monarchs were also gathered together, and the auras of the few god monarchs were still strong. Hearing his words, old man Wanhua chuckled and stroked his beard with his withered hand. You want to leave after coming here? The barrier of the star underworld city has isolated the spatial teleportation. Where can you all go? Wong. The moment he finished speaking, an azure array spanning 5,000 kilometers wide suddenly appeared in the sky. It rotated and slowly pressed down. That majestic power was unprecedentedly strong, causing many people to pale. Cough, cough, I'm old. I need so much time to arrange an array. Old man Wanhua sighed and shook his head. The crutch in his hand fiercely slammed on the ground, causing a dull sound to explode in midair. It was like space collapsing, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Jin Chi waved his hand and shouted, "Seal the void for me! Don't let them escape from here!" In Xingming City, the people who were controlling the Great City Barrier Formation all shouted in unison when they heard this. Their hand seals changed, and layers of snowflake patterns that looked like frost appeared on the originally transparent film of light. They covered the entire film of light, causing it to become solid. The Devil Emperor expert saw that Zhang Yuan was still staring at the scene with an unresigned look. The monstrous pressure caused his scalp to tingle. The array, containing a huge amount of energy, was about to fall from the sky, causing him to anxiously call out, "Your Highness!" Zhang Yuan's body trembled violently, and he finally came back to his senses. The huge array in the sky pressed down with unstoppable pressure. It was like the suppression of heaven and earth, causing him to once again feel the aura of death lingering around him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He opened his palm and threw away a piece of shattered black jade. Then he took out another piece of black jade and poured his devil chi into it. A black array appeared and enveloped all the devil race powerhouses. The power of space that was supposed to be dormant actually came back to life at this moment. Oh no, they're running. Boom! Old man Wanhua also frowned fiercely. His hand seals changed, and all the energy contained in the array fell from the sky like a huge waterfall. The sound of energy was like the sound of waves resounding through the sky. The terrifying energy caused everyone in Star Underworld City to turn pale. You can't escape, Old man Wanhua said in a deep voice. The light overflowing from the array was even more terrifying, as if a god had pointed out a brilliant light from the sky. Zhang Yuan coughed lightly and crushed the black jade in his hand. After doing this, his face suddenly turned pale as a layer of transparent black barrier enveloped them all. The terrifying energy was like an eternal light that illuminated the entire Star Underworld City. The black clouds in the sky that had yet to disperse were overturned by the impact of the energy and dissipated. They landed on the thin barrier, but they were unable to cause even the slightest ripple. The defensive power of the barrier could be seen at a glance. They're really well prepared. It's actually a divine restriction level array. It seems we can't stop them. Old man Wanhua's pupils shrank slightly, and he could not help but sigh, as if he was a little discouraged. He did not expect the devil race to be so well prepared for their invasion today, but after a moment his eyes began to burn. A heaven restriction level array against a divine restriction level array. He really wanted to give it a try. Old man Wanhua's hand seals changed, and he let out a low roar. The array formation in the sky began to collapse from the edges, condensing all of its energy into a single strike. The surging energy caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Cough, if we want to leave, you really can't stop us. Zhang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at them. Humans, don't think this matter is over. When we descend, we will make you pay back 100 times. Rivers of blood will flow in the divine realm. Boom! The black array released an extremely deep black light, suppressing the light of the two suns for a moment. The world was pitch black, and the black array cut open the void. The Devil Emperor powerhouse also roared and burned his own devil chi, adding it to the array, tearing a corner of Star Underworld City's defensive array. The monstrous energy was shattered at this moment, and the violent energy impact knocked everyone to the ground. So long-winded, I'll give you one. Yun Nuashing picked his ears and pressed down his long hair that was messed up by the strong wind. With a light snap of his fingers, tens of thousands of golden lights gathered from all directions and pierced into the black pillar of light in an instant. Faintly, several low and deep groans could be heard. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. Just you wait. My devil race will not let this go. The black pillar of light eventually disappeared with Chang Yuan and the others, but his angry roar reverberated in the sky above Xingming City. The pain in his voice caused everyone who heard it to feel cold. The golden light that flashed across the sky earlier was like a long golden needle that pierced into the black pillar of light. It was obvious that the person inside had been injured, quite badly. Jin Qi and the others raised their heads to look at the sky, then exchanged glances with each other and heaved a long sigh. They had made a mistake. The devil race was too well prepared. Today, the casualties on both sides were simply disproportionate. Even though the devil race had lost a group of experts, the human race experts gathered in the square had also lost thousands of their lives in that terrifying array. Jin Qi let out a long sigh, scratched his head in distress, then looked back at the crowd and said, I won't say anything more. Today's events have already happened, and the time for the demon world to descend is approaching. According to historical records, during this period of time, the devil race powerhouses lurking in the dark will come out to cause trouble. We will be fine, but the others, everyone fell silent. Such a sudden event, if not for the presence of a divine emperor powerhouse. They were afraid that all of them would have died. In the next 3 or 4 months, there will be frequent incidents. The demon world hasn't really descended yet, so please be careful. Let's spread today's events as soon as possible. Alert the saint cities and some large cities. This kind of thing can only happen once, and if it succeeds, it will be a big blow to the future battles. Jin Qi said in a deep voice. The number one reason for the demon world's peace this time was probably only a part of the devil race. Looking at what happened today, it was clear that they had broken into Star Underworld City so openly. To hell with peace. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky, patted Lan Xan'er's head and sighed. It's just an illusion, my lovely sister. Lan Xan rolled her eyes at him. Chapter 1058. Xingming City was silent. Yesterday's battle was still vivid in everyone's mind and had caused a lot of chaos. Today it was much quieter. Although there were still people walking on the streets, it wasn't as lively as before. Some lively places that never slept were also quieter. The Star Dark Plaza was the collection point of the Star Dark City Protection Array. All the energy that could break through the defense would be guided there by the array. Thus, that place was abnormally tough. Yesterday, a few God Emperor experts fought there, but they didn't even leave a scratch on it. The materials used are very high quality. It's not just the closing point of the formation, but also the core of the formation. It's basically the place where the formation gathers the strongest power. Naturally, it's abnormally hard. How could a holy city that was left behind a few eras be destroyed so easily? Yun Nuashing shrugged. In the past, the few holy cities weren't located in the center of their respective original regions. To be specific, they were located near the center of the divine lands. However, after a few great reincarnations, a part of the divine lands had been destroyed and its area had shrunk. Coincidentally, it had landed in the center of the divine lands. In the past, the divine lands weren't as big as the divine lands. The number and strength of the demon race experts in the divine lands has always been unknown. Jin Qi said softly, Well, roughly speaking, there are 20 teams of the same scale as yesterday in a large region. Their attacking power is comparable to that of a mid-stage or late-stage God Emperor. Their defensive and escaping abilities are close to that of a post-deity. However, they have yet to truly enter that domain. At the crucial moment, they should be able to use the strength of a deity. Let's just forget about it, Yun Nuashing said with a wave of his hand. He looked down at Xingming City from the top of a huge palace erected in the middle of Xingming Square. If that's the case, their fighting power is a little too strong. Without a 12th rank eternal weapon, it's not easy to resist. Jin Qi smiled bitterly. Eternal weapons were the foundation of some large forces. They were all trump cards and wouldn't easily take them out, unlike the 9 deities temple. What happened yesterday in Xingming City has spread quickly to the cities guarded by the human race. The defenses of the divine lands are also activated. I'm sure the demon race will encounter a lot of obstacles if they want to act. Jin Qi said and tilted his head to look at the dozen or so Emperor God experts gathered together. He pondered for a moment and said, I just don't know if they have any other methods. Of course there is. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes slightly and said, a medium-sized city to the west of Source Peak region was destroyed yesterday. I don't know the details, but the energy is also very clean. Although we can't rule out the possibility that someone else did it, to be able to do something like this at such a critical time, I think. A city has fallen. The group of God Emperor experts were shocked. They didn't expect that they didn't only target Star Underworld City, but also other places. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered with a faint golden light. After a while, she said, I can sense that the guy who caused a ruckus there is heading north. The energy is very clean. I can only trace them to the North Ice realm. Some barren mountains and ridges can also sense that the energy in those places has been sucked dry. All the life energy in those places has been depleted. At this time, those places have become dead lands. Fortunately, the laws of heaven and earth in those places have not been affected, so they should be able to recover soon. After saying that, he fell silent for a moment. Then he counted with his fingers and nodded. And very soon, nature will recover in 4 or 5 years. There are God Emperor experts in the holy cities and large cities. After all, they are the bases of some of the bigger factions. There is no need to worry about human cities with such experts. Jin Qi pondered and frowned. I'm afraid that those small places don't have enough protection and will be destroyed one by one. Moreover, the demons will use them as a source of energy to forcefully open the barrier between the 2 realms and send more experts to them. There's nothing we can do about it. We're out in the open, while the demon experts are hiding in the dark. The myriad god world is a big place and we can't catch them. Before they make a move, we won't even be able to see their shadows. Old man Wan Hua frowned. But once they take action, it will be a big problem. If the losses accumulate bit by bit, then... The other god emperors were also distressed. They were really barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. Yun Nuashing looked around, her diamond-shaped eyes, one gold and the other blue. After a moment, her eyes returned to normal. She blinked and said, From what I see, a total of 3 cities have been attacked, not including Xingming City. There are still 3 more cities. 2 of them are large cities, and one of them is medium-sized. The large cities have more guards and managed to hold on. Only the medium-sized city has fallen. Other than that, there is no movement in the extreme plain region, and the divine land is also calm. However, there are more experts gathered there, so they are probably cautious and don't plan to invade the divine land in a short time. The group of Emperor God experts turned their gazes over when they heard that. They looked at the 3 people who stood out the most: an underworld emperor, a demigod, and a heaven demon. It seemed a little. Old Jean, I just wanted to ask, who are these 3 little guys? One of the god emperors couldn't help but pull Jin Qi and ask, Oh, they are the young hall master of our 9 shrine, one of the managers. Jin Qi held his head high and puffed out his chest with a proud look on his face. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange light in their eyes. young Hall Master, one of the future managers of the Nine Shrine. Or rather, he was already in charge now. As for the divine sons and divine daughters of the other giant forces, the current generation is more or less at this level. Some lucky ones might have already entered the initial divine level. That's not bad. But as for the management, it's usually managed by the previous generation. Everyone was curious. There was a difference of thousands of years between each generation, so their strength was also very different. It was the first time they saw a demigod starting to take charge of the Nine Shrine. Old Man Wan Hua looked deeply at Yun Nuashing, his eyes filled with wisdom. He suddenly smiled and said, "Little friend, the two light elemental attacks yesterday were launched by you, right?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched. All right, he was an old monster, so it wasn't strange that he was seen through. It was fine as long as the demons didn't know. Thinking of this, he nodded helplessly and said, "Yes, it was me." The divine emperors who had participated in the battle yesterday felt their cheeks twitch, especially the two who had attacked the barrier fiercely. They felt their faces turn red. Were all the demigod juniors so exaggerated? One move was enough to break the barrier that they couldn't even squeeze out a crack. Should they say that he was indeed worthy of being the young Hall Master of the Nine Deities Temple? To have such a title, he naturally had his own methods. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and looked at Jinqi and said, "Mind your own business. Don't look at me. I will stand behind the scenes. The ones who should do the work are you God Emperors. Although that's what I said, if something happens to my family, I will still step in." Jinqi shrugged. He knew how powerful the young lord was. Even the other palace lords were amazed. How could the young lord be a mere demigod? Jinqi didn't know much about it. Then let's return to the original question. Let's not talk about the future of the divine world. Just the past few months. During the Taiyuan meeting, the demon race wrote a letter declaring peace between all races. Oh, that damn thing, just treat it as a fart. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. There's no such thing as peace. Just look at what happened in the divine realm yesterday. Peace my ass. Even if a portion of the demon race seeks peace, there are still other demon races. It's said that there are thousands of demon races in the demon realm. Even if there are large demon races that advocate peace, there are obviously more demon races around them who like to fight. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and said, "The battle between the demon world and the divine world will never stop." This time they came prepared. We can't underestimate them. Many god emperors were stunned and looked at Jinqi when they saw him nod. Their expressions became even more serious. But we can't guard against them. Someone smiled bitterly. If they couldn't solve this problem, the discussion today would be a waste of time. Yun Nuashing looked down from the top of the Soul Building in Xingming City. He didn't participate too much in the discussion behind him. When he looked around the divine world just now, he more or less discovered some other things, but those had little to do with the demon race. There was one power he had a slight impression of, the Abyss Temple. The power that Yishi used, the Forbidden Formation, remained in some places in the divine world. But ever since he saw little Shi and the others, the Abyss Temple never appeared again. They didn't appear in some places that caused a sensation for a while. At that time, he thought that they had given up on coming because of Yi Shi and the others' failure. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. They were moving in the dark, and no one knew. As for what they wanted to do, Yun Nuashing wasn't too sure. They were doing things in the dark, but they didn't cause any major disasters. The operation in Yuan City back then seemed to be the only major operation that announced their emergence. After that, they went silent. "Young Hall Master, I wonder if you can help us find one or two places where the demon race is hiding." Jinqi suddenly asked softly, interrupting his thoughts. Jinqi knew that the young Hall Master had a very mysterious power, but he didn't know to what extent. This time, he took the liberty to ask if he could find a way. Yun Nuashing came back to his senses and tilted his head to look at Jinqi. He immediately understood what they were thinking. "You plan to counterattack?" One of the god emperors nodded. It's very important to take the lead in the war. We can't just passively defend like this. They dare to provoke us. Why don't we bite back? Let them have a taste of what it's like to be ambushed. But the problem is that we don't know where they are hiding. Speaking of which, it's also a problem whether or not there is such a place. Although our intelligence network has spread to many places, the demon race is very good at hiding. Usually, we don't pay much attention to these places. If not for them coming out to take a breather before the demon world descends, we probably wouldn't be able to find them. Another god emperor said, "That's a good idea." Yun Nuashing nodded. In the Holy City, the major factions wouldn't be hostile to each other. When necessary, they could team up and gather dozens of god emperors. It was a huge force. The demon race and the celestial realm were about the same in terms of numbers. The people of the celestial realm controlled the elements and the power of heaven and earth, but the demon race had their own way of making up for it. If it wasn't for the difference in numbers, the strength of the two realms should be on par. But I won't do it, Yun Nuashing said straightforwardly. The air was silent for a moment, and the faces of the god emperors twisted. Jin Qi was also stunned, and he said in unison, "Ah, I'm only a demigod. Doing this kind of work is very tiring." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm omnipotent just because I'm special?" Jin Qi laughed dryly. He actually had such thoughts. After all, this young hall master was too mysterious and unbelievably strong. Old man Wanhua chuckled. "Hearing you say that, it seems you do have a way." Yun Nuashing shrugged again and nodded. Everyone's cheeks twitched again. They couldn't find the hiding place of the demon race. But this guy was the young hall master of the Nine Gods Temple. This identity could prove a lot. But if he could do this, then wasn't it a little too exaggerated? Old man Wanhua was also slightly stunned. His old and wrinkled palms stroked his white beard that reached his waist. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then why don't you tell us the method, little friend? A few god emperor powerhouses shouldn't be tired, right?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. "It's a matter of what method we use. You don't have the authority to use it." The moment he heard the word authority, Jin Qi had a guess in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. The others were dumbfounded and scratched their heads strangely. Old man Wanhua nodded to express his understanding. "All right then, us old men will discuss it again." Seeing that he didn't insist, the others didn't ask any more questions. They gathered together and continued to discuss. Only Jin Qi was still a little stubborn. He looked bitterly at Yun Nuashing. A middle-aged man was looking at him with flickering eyes, which gave him several layers of goosebumps. This scene was really frightening. 5 minutes later, Yun Nuashing wiped the cold sweat off his face. Under the gaze of Lon Xer and Little White, who couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, he scratched his head in distress. All right, I'll help you. Who asked me to be a member of the Nine Gods Temple? It's my responsibility to protect the celestial world, right? Young Hall Master is wise. If there's anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to ask. Jin Qi retracted his terrifying gaze and grinned, revealing a row of shiny teeth. "Oh, find me a fairy's item to nourish my body," Yun Nuashing said seriously. When his voice fell, the air was silent for a moment. Jin Qi stiffly turned around and gathered with a few god emperor friends. He said in a trembling voice, "Do you have any peerless Xian crystals? Gather some, and buy one. There should be some in the black market." One of the god emperors trembled as he raised his spatial storage device and glanced inside. "About 2 taels. I'll gather some for my next advancement." Another god emperor dug into his pocket pitifully and took out a thumb-sized Xian crystal. "I only have this much. It's not enough for 5 taels." Xian crystals were much lighter than other materials. It was easy to carry and easy to lose. Such a thumb-sized Xian crystal could be blown away by the wind without anyone noticing. Then here's the problem. We don't even have a fairy's item. In the black market, I'm afraid one would cost 5.5 kilograms of peerless yin crystals, and the quality is not that good. Old man Wan Huayu, I'm poor too. The cost of an array master is much higher than you think, especially since I've just broken through a small level recently. Everyone was silent. They were poor. A god emperor was going to be suffocated to death by a fairy's item. Seeing everyone's worried faces, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile faintly. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I'm just kidding." The god emperors heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they looked at this little guy. Was he playing with them to lighten the atmosphere? However, after relaxing and tightening, they relaxed a little. They weren't as nervous as they were at the beginning. "Then I'll start," Yun Nuashing murmured and opened his eyes. 2 balls of light shot out from his eyes. The astrolabe with tens of thousands of stars appeared in his hand. It was as if he was holding up a star region. The dots of starlight on the astrolabe lit up and floated half a foot away from the astrolabe. A subtle energy appeared in this space, spreading in all directions and merging into the void. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing clenched his fist. A golden light ball appeared. Of course, it was the Book of Epoch. He pressed it into the astrolabe. Tens of thousands of stars the size of grains of sand revolved around the golden light ball at high speed. They were like planets revolving around their sun. Yun Nuashing gently closed his eyes. He held the astrolabe and the Book of Epoch 1 or 2 inches away from each other. He kept moving them slowly. The stars above also changed their orbits according to his movements. A few of them brushed past the Book of Epoch and flew away, disappearing. Old man Wan Hua stared at the astrolabe and the Book of Epoch with his eyes wide open. It didn't matter to others, but he was a high-level array master. His perspective was completely different from others. He could see many things from the astrolabe. Many of them were extremely profound and couldn't be analyzed at all. A huge amount of information flooded his mind, causing his body to tremble. He felt like a door was opening for him, but he couldn't reach out his hand. He needed to reach out his hand and touch it. Otherwise, this faint feeling would be wasted. He had to grasp this feeling. Pooh! Old man Wanhua sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. He formed a seal with his hands and entered a state of enlightenment. It seemed that seeing the astrolabe and the Book of Epoch had given him great inspiration. Old man Wanhua. Everyone looked at him strangely. However, when they thought of his personality, they instantly understood. This guy had paid a lot in order to pursue a higher realm in array formations. Occasionally, he would sit on the ground and directly enter a state of enlightenment. His talent was outstanding, and his desire for knowledge was almost crazy. It would be nonsense if he didn't achieve anything. However, he had been standing at this level for quite some time. Not long ago, he had broken through a sub-realm and made some progress. Now that he saw something even more mysterious, he directly sat down and entered a state of enlightenment. Yun Nuashing ignored him and didn't stop him. After all, it wouldn't affect him. He continued to focus on controlling the astrolabe and the Book of Epoch. The mysterious energy, fluctuations, no longer came from just the 2 items in front of him. Instead, the books of Epoch located in various corners of the divine realm emitted the same fluctuations. They traveled across the land at a speed far faster than light, shuttling through the void. They were so fast that they couldn't be sensed. Then, where are you, cute little bunnies? Yun Nuashing licked his lips. The color of his long hair was gradually fading. He had already mixed his life force and energy together. When they saw his hair fading, Lon Xian, and the others knew that this guy was overdrawing his strength again. After all, the color of his hair was a measure of his remaining strength. This included his life force and his own energy. God Emperor experts were very patient. Hence, no one rushed them. They simply sat at the side and waited quietly. However, when they saw Yun Nuashing's hair fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. This kid made them feel terrified. This wasn't a battle, and he was actually using his life force so easily. What a ruthless character. Half an hour later, when Yun Nuoxing's hair had less than 1/5 of its original color left, he suddenly opened his eyes. The astrolabe and the book of epic dimmed one after another, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Found you. Chapter 1059. I've marked all the gathering places of the demon race on the map and handed them to you. The small gathering places don't have much fighting power. Basically, each gathering place comes from a different demon race. Their auras are similar, but there are slight differences. High in the sky above Xingming City, Golden Blaze looked down at the golden scroll in his hand. There was a faint space fluctuation coming from the scroll. The spatial energy in the scroll will last for about 5 days, and the places that I have marked out will always appear on the map. The spatial energy will mark out the strongest individuals in the gathering place, the individuals with the strongest energy. The spatial energy will follow them. This is the power of the realm of the gods, so they will not be able to detect it. However, it will only last for 5 days. There are 12 large gathering places. On average, there are 4 or 5 demon overlords in each place. The rest of the high-level gods add up to about 10. The rest are mid-level gods. There aren't many of them, much less than I expected. Although I'm just guessing, it's better to kill them with the power to kill 20 teams than to underestimate them. Everyone was silent. What he said wasn't wrong, but wasn't his estimation a bit too exaggerated? Some of them are scattered in various places of the god realm. They aren't gathered together, but they are individuals. I don't know where they belong for now. Just in case, I've marked the high-level gods. However, there aren't any demon overlords among the wandering individuals. What's left is the North Ice realm. There's a considerable force gathered there. It might have been gathered in other places yesterday. There's a 40% chance that they're heading for the Ice realm. The force gathered there is very strong. If we want to encircle and annihilate them, we'll have to send out an extremely strong force and bring some level 12 eternal divine weapons. How much force do they have? Someone asked. More than 50 demon overlords. There are hidden high-energy weapons. There are many high-level and mid-level gods. If we want to attack the North Ice realm, I suggest we bring more people. Also, the rear can't be empty. Well, your eyelashes are empty. I think my worries are a bit unnecessary. Everyone looked helpless. Although they were very old, only old man Yorahana's eyelashes were empty in this place. On the surface, they looked at least middle-aged. How could it be so exaggerated? Also, since they're attacking with high-level formations, we can't ignore this aspect of defense. Don't you think I'm talking too much? Everyone was speechless. Even you felt that what you said was unnecessary. How could they dare to say anything? Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you guys. Call me if something big happens. You guys can deal with the surface matters. Then, I look forward to your good news. I hope to hear about the explosion of the North Ice realm in a few days. The group of Emperor God experts stared as Yun Nuoxing disappeared into the teleportation gate. They looked at each other and helplessly covered their faces. This brat really dared to say that he would eliminate the North Ice world. More than 50 Emperor God experts. The human race would have to gather a lot of forces to deal with them. According to their nature of procrastination, they would probably run away by the time they gathered. Patting the golden scroll in his hand, Jin Qi bowed towards the direction where Yun Nuoxing disappeared. Then he turned around and said to everyone, "Contact the other forces. This matter isn't easy to deal with. We only have 4 days to adjust." Even if it was for the sake of the young Hall Master's efforts, he would risk his life to fight the demons. When the young Hall Master left just now, his body was still shaking. Seeing this, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. This brat was really reckless. No wonder the Hall Master and the others were watching him so closely. Did this brat often play with his life? And if he wasn't playing with his life for anyone to see, he just liked to play with his life. Oh, I'll go back and discuss with the little guys in Huan Yuan building. Old Jean, your protectors are more famous. We'll contact our own forces. You go and discuss with the other old fellows. This is a big matter. Even if we can't wipe out all the demons hiding in the divine world, we can't let them become a disaster. An Emperor God expert patted Jin Qi's shoulder and said. Jin Qi nodded. It was time to inform the protectors. As for the people of the Nine Shrine, they were all in a state of readiness. According to the young hall master, they were the army that was preparing for war. It was too early to mobilize them. This meant that they couldn't use too much of their forces this time. They could use a part of it, but the rest should be. Furthermore, protecting the God realm isn't something we should be doing ourselves, is it? It's fine if the people living here don't pay their rent. But if the troublemakers come to our doorstep, shouldn't we take care of them? If the house is dirty, we should clean it up. If we have to wait until the enemy breaks the door and enters the house before we start to defend, I'll destroy them myself. What's the use of having them? It's not good to have the initiative. Why must we give it to others? If I wasn't a demigod, I would be standing in the background. *% in short, Yun Nuashing's words made the Emperor God's faces turn red. In fact, many of them had the same thought. Very few of them thought of taking the initiative to attack. By the time the enemy attacked, the situation would have long been out of their control. While there was still a small hidden danger, it was better to get rid of it as soon as possible. It was easy to say, but it wasn't so easy to do. They lacked information, but it was different this time. They had obtained very important information, and there was also information about the strength of the enemy. They could fight for a large part of the initiative. Then let's get busy, old fellows. In the northeast of Source Peak region, Yun Nuashing returned to the location he had set a few days ago through the teleportation circle. They still had to repair the last pillar of creation. Although time was tight, it wasn't very urgent. At least he still had time to recover the large amount of energy he had just consumed. At the same time, he let the fire phoenix fly to the last pillar of origin. When can you take it easy? You are wasting your life force for nothing. We are not in the middle of a battle. Lan Xan knelt behind him and stroked his long white hair. She sighed, and there was a hint of heartache in her voice. Yun Nuashing's body was brimming with energy, and he was absorbing the energy that was drifting between heaven and earth. He blinked and said, "It's okay. I am used to it." The speed at which the divine body of acceptance recovers its life force is much faster than other types of energy. Moreover, there are some things that I have not mentioned before. Generally speaking, for a normal person, when their life force is exhausted, they will die. However, the divine body of acceptance doesn't seem to be the case. Its origin is enough to sustain the remaining life force. As for the reason, it was probably because the divine body of acceptance was a physique that consumed energy. As long as there was energy, it would not be exhausted. As long as there was energy, it would be able to survive. Life force was just a type of energy. It was just that it was slightly stronger than the ordinary energy that one could control, which was the origin energy of the world. It was calculated according to the gradient. However, ordinary people did not have the ability to casually use their life force to kill themselves. But that is not the reason for you to use your life force recklessly. Lan Xander frowned and said softly. She patted him on the back and said, "I told you not to use it recklessly, so don't use it recklessly." Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and said, "I was just exploring the entire realm of the gods. I borrowed the power of the pillar of creation. However, it was not in the hidden place. Naturally, I needed a lot of energy." Lan Xander was speechless. She pouted and looked at him. She sighed silently. She could not out-talk this guy. She had nothing to say. Xiao Bai was too lazy to care about this guy. Anyway, he could not out-talk him. As long as nothing serious happened, it was fine. As for the person who could make him behave, well, She was still sleeping in his spiritual world. Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at the two of them. He sighed and smiled helplessly. "All right, it's okay. It's okay." A few days later, in the hidden place of the Pillar of Creation, a golden light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the huge, pure, white pillar. It was quiet for 1 or 2 seconds. Then it suddenly shook. One brilliant golden light burst out from the pure white pillar and spread to every corner of the world. A golden halo swept across the sky with a buzzing sound. In the outside world, the place where the halo passed by splashed a faint ripple. Even the space was turbulent. Countless people felt that, at that moment, the space beside them seemed to be distorted. Then they turned their heads in confusion, not knowing where to look. It was like an illusion. At that moment, they did not know if they had really seen something. "This is the last one." Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. He was very excited. His clenched fists were trembling slightly. He waved his hand, and a golden light shot out from his hand and quickly entered the Pillar of Creation. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. On the ground, every pillar of creation emitted a dazzling light. Enormous amounts of energy surged wildly, disturbing space and time. The void trembled, the air howled, and the sound of the vibrations spread throughout the universe. It was as if heaven and earth were waking up. A formless supreme was coming back to life, and the power it exuded caused countless beings in the God realm to feel numb all over. Taiyuan domain, ultimate plane domain, Ganyuan domain, Kuan origin domain, and even the ice realm at the two ends and the divine prefecture at the center. Everyone and every intelligent life felt this tremor. The tremor did not come from the earth itself. It seemed to come from the void. An earthquake occurred in the realm of the gods and the void where it was located. Not many people were able to see the Pillar of Creation, but everyone could feel the trembling of the laws. That aura represented the realm of the gods, and within it there was an even more ancient aura. The moment this aura appeared, many people's hearts trembled. That was the aura of the small divine lands, and it was even stronger than the smell in the little divine prefecture. The power of rules from the primeval age. Someone's eyes widened. He had been to the little divine prefecture and knew when this power of rules came from. It was a supreme treasure left behind by the realm of the gods in that era. The trembling earth alarmed countless people. Ordinary people squatted on the ground, trembling, and looked around in confusion. Their hearts were trembling, and the earth was trembling. As for the high-level gods, even though they were flying in the air, they could still feel the trembling. It was the trembling of the entire void, and there was no escape. They raised their heads to look at the sky, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down from their foreheads. They felt something. Something seemed to be descending, and there was a huge amount of energy. An extremely huge amount of energy gathered in the sky above the realm of the gods. That huge amount of energy even made everyone feel disheartened. They did not doubt that when this energy descended, everything that existed in the realm of the gods would be vaporized. On the peak of the dragon-headed peak of the myriad dragon mountain, a girl in a pink dress trembled slightly. The chessboard in front of her trembled slightly. All the chess pieces scattered and left their original positions. The tremor from the void made her raise her beautiful eyebrows slightly. She put down the white chess piece in her hand and raised her head. Mei Mao stared at the void and saw 5 huge arrays slowly rotating in the void of the realm of the gods. Other than her and him, no one else could see this scene. The Guardian Array, after 70 eras, has finally been revived. Lu Li sighed softly. She could feel the power of the rules of the ancient era, which made her eyes brim with tears. The passage of time did not make her cold. Time flew by, and she was just a little numb. She missed that time very much. That era had passed for nearly 60 eras. At this moment, the world had changed. It was no longer that familiar feeling. It was no longer the world she was familiar with. She had lost everything. She had lived in this world for a long time and was always accompanied by loneliness. She should have gotten used to all of this. She did not expect to feel the aura of the ancient era, which made her lose control of her memory. 5 gigantic formations appeared in the boundless void. Their scale was exactly the same as that of the God Realm, and they coexisted with the God Realm in the first place. Even though a portion of them had been destroyed by the great samsara, they were still much smaller than before. At the center of the 5 formations, a figure appeared. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his blurred, rainbow-colored eyes were filled with sorrow and spiritlessness. His bangs hung down and covered half of his face, but one could still vaguely see his devastatingly beautiful face. He had changed. His appearance had changed a lot. Recently, she did not know how he had been. He had already regained his memories. Was he the same as her? Was he sad because of the ancient era's rules? Lu Li's eyelids drooped slightly. She did not want to see him like this. She would not be able to hold back her tears. She could not cry in front of him because she had already promised to be strong. Even during the 70 eras when he was not around, she had not shed a single tear. Yun Nuoxing's soul turned his gaze. The void was pitch black, and only the 5 protective arrays were emitting light. Other than that, he couldn't see anything. He didn't see anything either. He only felt that there was a gaze watching him. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Should he pretend that he didn't see it? Or, after a long while, he laughed bitterly. That burning gaze was much more lively than the first time he had seen it in this life. She did not plan to hide it at all. Even if he wanted to pretend that he did not see it, it would be impossible. Thinking of that, he felt a little vexed. However, since she did not approach him, she probably did not want to see him like this either. In that case, he would do as she wished. I will look for you. Lu Li, wait for a while. It won't be too long. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and quietly disappeared from the void. He did not see that in the void, the beauty had covered her face with her sleeves. She was crying like a child. Just hearing his voice, even though it was already unfamiliar to her, it still caused her mind to be in turmoil. She was not the only one who had a similar reaction. Even the people in the 9 divine halls raised their heads from the slight tremors. They were at a loss. They only felt that the blood in their veins flowed faster. There seemed to be something in this world that resonated with their blood. It made them feel a faint sense of intimacy. It seemed to be the rules of this world. Those who had fragments of ancient memories or rules in their veins would more or less have such a feeling. It was just that it was not too strong. After a long while, the rumbling of the pillar of creation that stood on the ground slowly weakened. The power that caused the space to tremble also slowly subsided. The realm of the gods gradually returned to its calm state. However, the people were still at a loss. They did not know what had just happened. It was impossible for them to know what had happened. The only thing they could feel was that the energy that had gathered in the sky was rapidly dissipating into nothingness. In an instant, they felt that the energy in the air had become more concentrated. They did not know if it was an illusion. As for the chaos, it had already caused a commotion when the energy was triggered. Yun Nuoxing also felt the commotion. When he was controlling the Guardian formation, it was almost as if his body had fused with the realm of the gods. He sensed a lot of things in an instant. Dozens of emotions flashed across his mind, almost causing him to lose his mind. But it did not matter. When everything was over, those people would forget all about it and return to their normal lives. Mortals would not care about such things, while cultivators would just treat it as a small anomaly. After a few words with others, everything would return to normal in 2 days, as if nothing had happened. You've infused half of the rules from the ancient era into the pillar. Little White looked at Yun Nuoxing in astonishment. She had also sensed the unusual aura of the rules. It did not seem to be the rule power of this era. Yun Nuoxing, who had returned from the void, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the pillar of creation, he nodded. The 5 parts of the rules were gathered from half of the rules from the ancient era. It was useless, so I stuffed it into the pillar of creation to strengthen the guardian formation. It has a good effect, or rather, I hope that it will have a good effect. But I just thought of it not too long ago. It was a stroke of inspiration. Yun Nuashing twirled his finger beside his head and smiled. That's not right. Back then it was because of that part of the rules that you choked, right? Yes, choked. Little White was dumbfounded. It was not easy to take it out, but now it was stuffed back in again. What was going on? Actually, it's like this. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Just as he was about to speak, he felt that it would be too troublesome to explain it seriously. So he had an idea and said, "Forget it, I'll put it simply. To put it simply, I choked on water. I felt that I didn't drink it well. So I coughed it out and drank it again." Little White was enlightened. What a vivid image. Then his face darkened. Was it really okay to explain it this way? Lon Exana looked up at the sky. From the moment the void began to tremble until now, everything had returned to normal. She did not see anything. She hurriedly tugged on his sleeve and said, "Brother Nuashing, I can't see the guardian formation. It just appeared in the void of the God realm. The 5 guardian formations resonated with each other, and now they have returned to normal. Give them 2 or 3 months, and they will return to normal. After that, even if the demon world appears and the God realm is completely defeated, we will still have a way to reverse the situation." As Yun Nuashing spoke, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Furthermore, I can now use the energy of the guardian formation at any time. Even if you want me to kill a person in a corner of the Ganyuan region, it won't be a problem as long as I control the range of the attack to be within 10,000 feet. Little White immediately began to sweat. "A reign of terror, you brat. Reign of terror, my ass. That's boring. That's not how you use the guardian formation." Yun Nuashing angrily placed his hands on his waist and said, "This is a very serious thing. It is used to save the God realm. Or you can ask me to destroy the God realm." Little White and Lon Exen were speechless. However, this function did not seem to be a problem. The Great Protection spell formation was called a protection spell. In fact, the way to save the realm of the gods was to kill all the fleas that were attached to the realm of the gods. Not a single one was left. This thing is too extreme. Little White smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Suddenly he was stunned. "Wait, can this thing destroy that world fragment?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him and sighed. "It can't. The nature of that world fragment's barrier has been changed by the void fog." Now, as he spoke, he raised his head and looked through the sky of the God realm. He saw a huge white wall in the distant starfield. It was incomparably huge. It was impossible to see the edge of this white wall from the starfield because it was the same size as this world. Even if one went to the furthest edge, they would only be able to see it. This thing seemed to have merged with the starry sky of this world. Now, it had already eroded a third of this world. That starfield was completely destroyed. Only desolation and loneliness remained. The aura of death permeated the starfield, giving it a desolate feeling. That starfield was already dead. Its laws and order had already collapsed. Chapter 1060. Chaos, Emptiness, and the Remnants of Destruction. Desolation, loneliness, and desolation. It was a planetary sector that had already been destroyed. The waves of destruction were spreading to other parts of the planetary sector. Even the normal regions that encountered the waves would turn into a dead underworld. Everything would cease to exist. Ordinary world light clusters would not cause any destructive effects to the present world. When placed together with other world light clusters, they were all bubbles and would not fuse together. They would stick together and occasionally pass through each other, but they would eventually separate. Even if the world light cluster had changed, becoming a fragment of a destroyed world, and the world barrier had changed into a brick that spanned the size of an entire world, it was still just a solid brick. It could cause destruction to its surroundings, but it could not change the nature of the debris that was smashed. It was just that simple. But at this moment, the destroyed planetary sector was completely dead. All activities that followed the laws of the world had stopped. The starry sky became dim, and all the stars were destroyed. The three elements of beginning, rules, order, and energy, collapsed. The void was violently torn apart. What appeared was neither the time barrier nor the primordial realm barrier, but a zone of chaos. It was a zone of chaos that would never heal. Space had lost its healing ability, and soon, even the zone of chaos would disappear, turning into a true void that was emptier than the void. At least the void still had some of its own characteristics. It's collapsed. It's completely collapsed. There's no need to repair this world anymore. When Yun Nuashing saw this scene, he only said a few words. It was as if he had issued a notice of abandonment to this world, directly announcing the destruction of this world. The element of beginning has been destroyed. As the final buffer zone, the void and the zone of chaos have broken and collapsed. The space after that is nothingness, nothingness, a zone of nothingness that is purer than the beginning of the world. It's probably the state of the primordial realm when it first opened. Nothing will exist. Nothing will exist. It's over. This world, even if that world fragment disappears right now, there's no need to fix this world anymore. That void hole will slowly devour the remaining parts of this world. Yun Nuashing sighed. Her words caused Little White and Lon Xan, Ur's faces to turn pale and dark. They were worried and confused at the same time. They had never faced such a world-class problem before. Now that they were told that the world was about to explode, it would explode along with the realm of the gods. Oh, it would be destroyed. Perhaps the realm of the gods could still hold on, but the starry sky would remain silent forever. They did not know what to do in the future. Nothingness wasn't space, but a state of phenomenon. It was left behind after the concept of space was completely shattered, and it wouldn't connect to the barrier of time and the barrier of the primordial realm. In order to make those two things manifest, a tiny bit of space factor was still needed. To put it bluntly, the former was when space was destroyed to the point that it couldn't be any cleaner. When the void collapsed, the chaotic zone also collapsed, and then the nothingness happened. Compared to tearing space and opening the barrier of time, this was countless times cruder. Anyway, that's the general idea. Take it easy and listen. Just pick what you can understand. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Little White and Lon Xan shook their heads vigorously. We don't understand. We don't understand. That's normal. Who would understand something related to the creation of the world? It's not like they have any use for it. The people who understand this are most likely people who have died once. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. In short, if space is completely destroyed and nothing can be manifested, then that's the state of nothingness. I reckon that it's very similar to the state of the great primordial realm after the great samsara. Nothing exists and nothing will exist. In any case, I only want to know one thing. Little White's cheeks twitched. If the world where the realm of the gods is located is gone, it will be very bad, right? It won't. Yun Nuashing shook her head. The first great deity set up so many restrictions on the realm of the gods. Nothingness won't devour the realm of the gods. Little White felt a little relieved after hearing this. She was a little speechless. The things that the first great deity left behind were really domineering. The things that had been left behind for more than 100 eras had not had any problems until now. They were still operating well and protecting the realm of the gods. It would be great if that protection could block the great samsara. Otherwise, it would be fine if it could block the world fragment. Lon Xan felt dizzy after hearing this. She felt that she couldn't get a word in edgewise. She turned her head to look at the scenery below. Then, she raised her head to look at the sun. Mei Mao flashed. Then she asked very seriously, Brother Nuashing, where are we going now? the northeastern border of Source Peak region, a place close to Kuin, Yuan region. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she took out the treasure map. She casually spread it out on the back of the fire phoenix. After looking at it for a while, she stretched out her hand and pointed at the map. At the northeastern border of Source Peak region, there was a strange blood-red lotus. Under the sunlight, it reflected a weak scarlet light, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Lan Xian noticed the blood-red lotus and immediately understood something. You plan to go and find the one that was sacrificed by you, Brother Nuashing. The 11th ranked red lotus hellfire. Are you confident? Little White's voice was grave. Confident? What's that? Yun Nuashing shook her head. I don't even remember how I kept the red lotus hellfire. It wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a flame formed by the rules. It swayed in the endless rules, was born in the sea of rules, and became a physical entity. If it accidentally fell into the present world, a spark could incinerate all the rules and burn away all the sins in this world. There's an anecdote from the ancient antiquity age that was passed down from a long time ago. It said that the red lotus hellfire was once ranked fourth, but due to its characteristics and nature, there was a lot of controversy, and it was moved to the 11th place. After all, it's just a mystical power that manifests from the rules. It just so happens that it's a kind of flame. Its power can increase infinitely with the strength of the user. The stronger the power of the rules on the wielder, the stronger the red lotus hellfire will be. The stronger the target's power of the rules, the more powerful the red lotus hellfire will be. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. To him, this matter was not particularly worth mentioning. It was fine to mention it once or twice. He felt uncomfortable talking about it. Lan Xian and Little White were helpless. That matter. The entire realm of the gods was used as a furnace to ignite this mysterious flame. According to the rules of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods, the flame could probably burn the experts above the heavenly god realm. However, it was only at that time that the red lotus hellfire truly behaved like the red lotus hellfire. It washed away the sins of the entire world and burned the rules of the world. It treated right and wrong equally. Wherever the blood-red flames spread, everything turned to ashes. The red lotus hellfire is the manifestation of the power of rules. It's not wrong to say that it's a flame of rules. In fact, the top 15 flames are more or less related to the rules of heaven and earth. They occupy a larger proportion of the power of rules in the realm of the gods. Subduing them requires special means. Ordinary divine flames won't work. I can't recall how I subdued them, but the problem isn't too serious. I just know how to subdue them. There are a few ways, but I'm worried that I might not be able to withstand them. Yun Nuashing frowned. He was a little conflicted. The power of the red lotus hellfire was very strong. He wasn't sure if its power was necessary. The divine flame was not infinitely important to him. He admitted that the divine flame was very powerful, but it was not infinitely powerful. There was only one reason why he would pay attention to it when it landed on him. The divine flame was a powerful spiritual item of heaven and earth. It could promote the growth of the receptive divine body. That was all. Although he could achieve the same effect with weapons of the same level, such as Godhead weapons, it wasn't like he didn't have any. Regarding this question, Ziye's answer was, let's change things up for a change. I might be able to evolve after eating some divine flames. This was Ziye's answer in the past. At that time, Yun Nuashing was speechless. However, he used a weak deduction to deduce it now. The result wasn't very obvious, but it vaguely pointed out that the more types and quantity of spiritual items the receptive divine body ate, the better it would be. Simply put, he didn't want him to be picky about his food. In any case, it was to find a reason for him to be picky. Only then would he have the motivation to search for these strange things. Personally, things like divine flames weren't very necessary. If he didn't have the treasure map, the amount of energy he would need to spend to find a divine flame would definitely be tens of millions of times more than now. The results he obtained might not be able to be his trump card in the future. Oh, speaking of divine flames, the demon imprisoning flame that was ranked 17th in the emergency rescue last time, he didn't know if it could still be used. Since it was so weak, it would probably be quite difficult to rescue it. It would be fine if he succeeded, but if he didn't, he would have to personally destroy it and let the laws of heaven and earth of the realm of the gods regenerate it. That would be a very, very long wait. As for the demon imprisoning flame, I'm repairing it, but the progress isn't very good. In the spiritual world, Ziyi replied after hearing his muttering. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the boundless light, purple sea of flames. Flames emerged from within, flickering with various colors. Apart from the purple night flame, there were a total of 3 divine flames. If the half-dead demon imprisoning flame was included, there would be 4. Feng Er's true phoenix fire was not included yet. After all, she was still nurturing the fire and had not reached maturity. Although he could use it now, it was not in the list of the divine flames that he had subdued. At this moment, the demon imprisoning flame was wrapped in a multicolored flame lotus at the heart of the lotus. It was only a tiny spark like a candle in the wind, fluttering and about to be extinguished at any time. The pure fire elemental energy of this sea of fire was currently surging toward the weak flame at the heart of the lotus with a wisp of divine authority and divinity, attempting to reignite this divine flame with a dazzling flame. It's quite difficult. This rock lump has eaten a lot of energy, but it doesn't have much of a reaction. Z casually flipped through the book, obviously not paying attention to it. Oh, that's normal. Every divine flame has been brewing for a long time before it appears in the world with an extremely small probability. From a tricky point of view, the divine flame is the product of a mistake in the rules of heaven and earth, Yun Nuashing said. The entire world quieted down. Both the outside world and the spiritual world were quiet. Everyone's eyes widened. 5 to 6 seconds later, they all opened their mouths and said in unison, "Ah!" Bang. No. Tell me clearly, what is the meaning of this? Yi slammed his hands on the table and bounced up. He stared at the beautiful Mei Mao with his eyes wide open, as if he was going to pounce on her if Yun Nuashing did not explain clearly. Yun Nuashing spread her hands and said, "It's literally what it means. The birth of divine flames and demonic lightning in the rules of the birth of the realm of the gods is unexpected. I've been managing the pillars of creation for many years, so I'm very clear about these things that involve the fundamental rules of the world. According to the rules of heaven and earth recorded in the pillars, divine flames and demonic lightning should not exist in the realm of the gods. Also, I'm talking about the product of a mistake in the tricky point of view. In reality, divine flames and the other divine flames are considered accidental products. A god created a world with the intention of creating a peaceful world. With this intention, all the lives born in that world lived in harmony. Then, in that world, a great war broke out on a planet that was unexpected and accidental product. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. The first generation of gods who created the realm of the gods probably did not expect that the world they created would give birth to you, right? Bang. If that's the case, Ziyi was very excited. She moved in front of Yun Nuashing, her delicate oval face almost touching Yun Nuashing's face. Then what are we? An accidental product, a divine object of the realm of the gods, a part of the power of laws, a rare divine object, a unique work of art. The appearance of a mystical object that can cause everyone to fall ill and cause the medical center to explode with customers. Oh, do I need to describe it more? Yun Nuashing said with a smile. She even reached out and pinched Ziyi's cheeks. It was rare for this girl to be so nervous. What? Are you worried that you'll become a meaningless object? Yun Nuashing teased. Ziyi's face turned red. She swatted his hand away and took a step back. She mumbled, "I'm not." There's nothing to worry about. Existing here is your purpose. You don't need to deliberately pursue anything. You're not me, so you don't need to bear so much. For countless years, you've existed here and were born here. This is the truth. This is the truth. This is your purpose. You're all unique treasures in this world, unique existences, divine objects of the realm of the gods. Your existence here is your purpose, so there's no need to think too much about it. Yun Nuashing reached out and rubbed the girl's head. Ziyi and Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. They actually calmed down. Then let's return to the original topic. The birth of the demon imprisoning flame also took a long time. If it's purely replenishing energy like this, it's impossible to restore it to its original state in a short period of time. Yun Nuashing turned around and waved his hand. Ziyi lowered her head and mumbled. Her jade-like hand gently pressed against the top of her head. When she heard his words, she helplessly sighed. I can't do anything about it. I've never dealt with this kind of thing before. Put the demon imprisoning flame into Feng Feng's cocoon. The nirvana power of rising from the ashes is enough to restore it to its original state. Moreover, because it has been contaminated by Feng Feng's aura, when it matures in the future, it'll be relatively easy to subdue due to the soul contract. Just as the two of them were staring at each other, a gentle voice rang out from behind them. They were startled. When they turned around, they saw a tall girl in a green dress slowly walking out of the residence. It was little Qing, who had hibernated for a period of time. At this moment, she looked in high spirits, completely different from the dispirited look she had when they first met. Little Qing walked in front of Yun Nuashing and lowered her head slightly to look at him. She gently smiled. Her smile was filled with infinite tenderness and love, like an older sister looking at her younger brother. After that, she stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and pulled him into her embrace. Her palm gently pressed against his head, and her voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. Good boy, I'm back. Her tone was as if she was comforting a frightened little brother. Goosebumps appeared on Ziya's skin as she watched from the side. When she saw little Qing's unconcealable loving smile, she felt as if her worldview had collapsed. My goodness, this guy isn't the kind of little brat who needs to seek comfort in someone else's embrace. He's also not the harmless and aloof Ewing that you used to know. The guy in your embrace is an existence akin to a mad demon. Wherever his sword points, all living things will be destroyed. Wherever his will covers, the mortal world will tremble because of him. As long as he's willing, with just a thought, the entire god realm will become his burial ground. He can drag countless people down the road to the Yellow Springs with him. Oh, he won't die himself. In any case, this scene was very strange no matter how one looked at it. Yun Nuashing didn't move at all. She was probably suffocated to death by that gentle embrace. Cough, cough. Putting the demon imprisoning flame into Feng Er's egg, Ziyi dryly coughed and said, Will that work? Little Qing gently smiled. Feng Feng's authority over fire is comparable to that of a pure fire elemental god. There won't be a problem. However, that's a matter of great success. Although the 4 divine beasts don't have their own innate divine positions, their divine rights are extremely powerful. Furthermore, there aren't many orthodox divine positions left in this world. Most people choose to seal themselves and elevate their own divine positions. After struggling for a while, Yun Nuashing finally broke free from little Qing's gentle embrace. Her beautiful face blushed for an instant before it disappeared. She calmly continued, Orthodox divine positions are actually self-sealed in the beginning. It's just that they are extremely powerful and special. There aren't many of them in the first place. Back then, I was also a self-sealed, primal chaos deity. When I reached the peak of the heavenly god realm, the power of my divine rights was stronger than most heavenly gods. The remaining divine positions are only equal to mine. There isn't anything wrong with that. As if he felt that this part wasn't convincing enough, he thought for a while and said, Oh, that's right. There are also people who have inherited the orthodox divine positions. In the end, they were still suppressed by me. I even killed one or two of them. Ye's cheeks twitched. You're crazy. You're different. What's an orthodox divine position? Little Qing tilted her head and put her hands together in front of her. She stood in a dignified manner, and there was a smile on her face that seemed like it would never disappear. To put it simply, it's to use the origin energy as a divine right. It's to ascend to the next level and become a divine position. Then it's to be passed down from generation to generation, or it's to be split into many secondary divine positions for others to inherit. When one of these 2 points is achieved, it becomes an orthodox divine position. The most important point is that it has the ability to inherit. Yin Nuashing twirled her fingers and said, the former takes a longer time. Unless the sky god dies in battle, how could the succession of divine positions be so easy? As for the latter, the secondary divine positions split out are weaker. But since not everyone knows how to do it, and even 80% of the gods don't know how to ascend a divine right and solidify a divine position, this method of mass-producing divine positions is quite convenient. The main divine position doesn't gain anything from the secondary divine positions and only confirms a relationship of inheritance. On the other hand, if the main divine position becomes stronger, the holder of the secondary divine position would also become stronger along with him. There are many ways to solidify a divine position, and there are also many ways to refer to it. Orthodox divine position. Yes, it's just like the 9 divine temples. They specialize in a single type of power, and their characteristics are similar. They're passed down from generation to generation. That method has its own strong points, but nothing is absolute. But it's still too early to say that. This is the understanding of the ancient era. God knows if there are any changes in this era. You see, the laws of the world have become so weak, right? The gods and sky gods that are created must be different from those of my era. Then, the situation will be even more different. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and laughed dryly. Yi rolled her eyes at her and turned to look at Feng, Er's crimson egg in the distance. She stretched out her slender fingers, and a dark blue flame fluttered at the tip of her fingers. Then let's give it a try. Chapter 1061. The surging light purple sea of fire had calmed down, turning into a calm and flowing ocean. Although the waves were usually surging, the spiritual world was absolutely quiet. The waves of fire that were tens of thousands of feet high did not bring about any noise. At this moment, it was so quiet that it was enough for one to lie down and fall asleep. Feng Er's egg was hidden deep in the sea of fire and was nourished by a lot of energy. Through the pink light cocoon, Yun Nuashing could see that there was an extremely powerful life inside. Last time, he also put in the phoenix feather that Feng Er gave to him for safekeeping. It was said that it was left before the last nirvana. There were also many high-level fairy items. When he did it, he didn't feel any heartache at all. Instead, he felt that it was very interesting. Everyone thought that this guy might have triggered some strange interest and pressed a hidden button in his body. Plop! In the pink light cocoon, there was a faint golden light. Every once in a while, the light would expand as if a heart was beating. When the light bloomed, he could vaguely see a small figure inside. It seemed to be a human figure, but it didn't turn into its original form. Feng is influenced by you. She is more intimate with the human form. She can maintain this form and turn into a cocoon faster. But even if it's her original form, there is only a small difference. The effect is not serious. Mei Mao slightly flapped her fan and said, above the sea of fire, 2 rows of lavender lotus flowers emerged from the sea of fire and formed a path. Zai, Shaoqing, and Kai Xiao were all watching. Yun Nuashing gently lifted his foot and walked forward along the path of the lotus flowers. He came to less than 1 foot in front of the pink light cocoon. Buzz! The pink light cocoon released a very soft light. A warm flame spread out from the light cocoon and wrapped around his body. The comfortable feeling made him squint his eyes slightly. It was as if he had fallen into a warm embrace. It was very warm and made him feel at ease. A faint consciousness came out from the cocoon in front of him. It seemed to be longing. Even if she had been hiding in this soul world, she had indeed turned into a cocoon for almost 2 years. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and gently patted the light cocoon in front of her. She pressed her face against it and rubbed it gently. Little girl, you've been sleeping for more than 2 years. Even if my spiritual world makes you feel very comfortable, you can't keep sleeping like this. The cocoon of light glowed faintly, and there was a hint of helplessness coming from it. He couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was restless even in her sleep. He turned around and nodded at Ziyi. She understood as well. With a wave of her hand, a light purple lotus floated out and landed in his palm. He held the flame lotus and lowered his head to look at it. At the center of the lotus, there was a flame flickering like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. However, it was already countless times better than the first time he saw it. The spark was also a little bigger, and the Demon King's shadow at the center was no longer in a state of starvation. Seeing Yun Nuashing gently press the wisp of demon imprisoning flame into the light cocoon, Ziye's eyebrows twitched. He turned his head to look at little Qing. Feng, I has been in the cocoon for too long, right? It's already been more than 2 years. Little Qing's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on her face. It's fine. Feng is experiencing a small nirvana. She found a part of her self that was left behind from the previous nirvana. However, that part won't remind her of anything and will only restore a part of her strength. Is it the flame feather that I put in last time? Yun Nuashing turned around and asked. Little Qing nodded. That is Feng herself. It's the part of her understanding of herself. Every time we experience a transformation, we will leave behind a fragment of ourself. It will rush to all parts of the world and will not stay with us. Yun Nuashing thought for a bit. It's like a reserve of energy. It's left for the future, or even for the next life. Little Qing smiled and nodded. Then how long will it take for Feng to become a butterfly? Or is it called nirvana rebirth? Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said. Hearing these strange names, little Qing didn't have any other reaction. She still smiled faintly and said, It won't be long. Her body has already reformed, and the huge amount of energy has reconstructed her body. The remaining energy won't be used up, so I'll probably leave it for you. Me? Yun Nuashing pointed at himself, a bit confused. However, it wasn't that he didn't understand the relationship between them. It was probably because of the soul contract. What he didn't think of was, why would this girl still have a bit of energy left after breaking out of her cocoon? Was it a scrap? All right. He felt that it wasn't very kind to say this about his little girlfriend. But little Qing's words really made his imagination run wild, it sealed. Little Star is still as stupid as before. Little Qing smiled helplessly. Feng Feng's nirvana bypasses part of the laws of heaven and earth, but it can't completely ignore the restrictions of the seal. All the energy in the nirvana will perfect her body until it's perfect. Even the energy is saturated and there's a part left, which will be fed back to you through the soul link. However, this is actually because Little Star lost too many fairy items. Feng Feng's nirvana has replenished her body until it's almost perfect, and there's even more energy left. When these words came out, Yun Nuashing felt many pairs of eyes staring at him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. After stuffing the demon imprisoning flame in, Yun Nuashing observed for a while. Little Qing saw that he was a bit nervous and couldn't help but say, It's okay, Feng won't reject flames. Right now, the demon imprisoning flame has already been nurtured in her body. When the next nirvana occurs, both flames will fall out, and the demon imprisoning flame will return to its original state. What if the phoenix fire that falls out isn't subdued? Ziyi suddenly asked curiously. That thing fell out of Feng Er's body. She almost said dandruff. If no one subdued it, would it dissipate? Feng can take it back herself. If it fell out of her body, naturally, she can easily take it back. If someone wants to take it by force, they have to deal with Feng first. Unless she's willing to give it to someone else, how could she casually give something like her own origin to someone else? This is almost the most precious thing in her body. When little Qing said this, Yun Nuoxing broke out in cold sweat again. Kaixia, Shihua, Xian, and little Purple Soul all looked at him with a very strange gaze, causing him to feel like a pear mountain. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that in the distant ancient era, when he had known Feng Er for a period of time, they had once talked about the phoenix true fire. At that time, that girl almost spat out the phoenix true fire, but in the end he persuaded her to take it back with his death. Although it didn't cause any harm to her body at most, she would lose a kind of power, and at that time, there was no soul link between them. Now that he thought about it, really, he was afraid that his entanglement with this girl started from that era. Even in this life, his nature had changed, and that girl had undergone nirvana many times. But in the end, the two of them still got together. At first, when she was just an egg that had completely undergone nirvana, she was able to recognize his soul and call out to him. Although she didn't know anything about it, he only thought of this when he recovered his memory. He had thought about it for a long time and had all kinds of guesses, but only this point made him certain. It was the karma of the previous life, but he never thought that it would turn out like this. He couldn't understand the word karma in both his previous and current lives. He had been sitting here with his legs crossed for 3 days, and the light cocoon had been very calm. The warm flames from the light cocoon had been spreading around his body, sending him a very warm feeling of longing. He looked at it for a long time and felt that there was no big problem. It was just that the girl wanted to sleep, so he just let her be. During these 3 days, he also played with Shihua, Xian, and little Purple Soul for a while, making the 3 girls happy. Then he went into the mansion and checked on the situation of Xian and the others. Seeing that they were cultivating safely, but still needed some time, he could only sigh. You guys have been cultivating for too long. Standing at the door of the cultivation room, he looked at the graceful figure sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. The power of the 5 elements was surging, making him sigh silently. It was the first time he came into contact with the fate of the stars, and he felt that something had been enlightened. He didn't think of this, although he had estimated the time they would need to cultivate several times. However, this was the second time that they had exceeded the time he deduced. It felt like these girls didn't want to wake up. Maybe they really did have some great enlightenment. He didn't think much about the others cultivating, but when he opened Ming's cultivation room, he looked at the empty cultivation room with a dumbfounded expression. This 3-meter square room was empty, and the familiar figure was not on the stone bed. However, this cultivation room seemed to be brighter than the others' cultivation rooms. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned and slapped herself on the head. 2 minutes later, she finally reacted to what had happened. She hurriedly walked into the cultivation room and waved her hand. Rays of golden light floated out from every corner of the cultivation room and turned into light spots that gathered in her hand. Finally, they gathered into a ball of light that was only the size of a head. It emitted a strong light like a gem, and at this moment, the bright cultivation room gradually dimmed and returned to normal. This girl. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl Ming was an angel, a pure life form of energy. She was the purest and most sacred incarnation in the world. She could disperse herself into a ball of pure light at any time, just like now. How did this girl turn into a ball of light when she was cultivating? Yun Nuoxing's face contorted slightly. She was a little speechless. He didn't know if this girl was too focused or didn't notice. But in any case, this girl had turned into a ball of light. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment, then took out a thick blanket and placed it on the stone bed. Then, she placed the ball of light on the blanket. Just as she was about to leave, she felt that it was inappropriate, so she took out a scarf and wrapped it around the ball of light. After ensuring that it probably wouldn't dissipate, she left with satisfaction. Don't worry, Ziyi and I will watch over them. We'll look for you as soon as they wake up. She glanced at him and smiled. After a moment, she thought of something and pointed in a direction. Aren't you going to see her? Yun Nuashing looked in the direction she was pointing at and pondered for a moment. That direction was where Fu Qing was sleeping. That girl had been sleeping for a long time and had been ravaged by the elements of chaos. Her recovery was even slower. Even with his help, she couldn't recover quickly. What was Fu Qing's wish back then? She shook her head, causing her 4 tufts of black hair to sway. You want to know? Yun Nuashing grinned and bent down to pick Yi up. He rubbed her little head and looked at her curious expression. He pondered for a moment, then hesitated for a while before slowly speaking. Back then, she said she wanted a place to stay. Yun Nuashing walked out with she in his arms, and sighed softly. Although I answered for a period of time, I didn't have time to unseal them, so they were forcefully sealed in that soul fragment. A place to stay? She was curious. Fu Qing was from the fiend race. Yes, that stupid girl is a little girl who is afraid of loneliness. The fiend race once had a planet similar to this, but it wasn't here. I don't know where it is now. Yun Nuashing shook his head, helplessly. She was speechless. Why do I feel like everyone is stupid when you call them stupid? That's good. Little she is also stupid. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes and sighed. Stupid. You don't need to know too much and don't need to worry too much. You can live a carefree life for yourself. It's good. I'm not. Not entirely. She hurriedly opened her mouth to refute, but her face turned red. She didn't say anything after a short sentence. She opened her mouth, but after a moment, she bit her lip and didn't say anything. Yun Nuashing looked at her with a smile and rubbed her wine-red hair. He didn't say anything either. Brother Nuashing, you're awake? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lan Xen approaching him with a smile. He was stunned for a moment. Lan Xen didn't mind that he was stunned. She pulled him to the edge of the fire phoenix. At this time, the fire phoenix had stopped and was hovering at an altitude of 10,000 miles. This height made Little Bai and Lan Xen feel a little strange. They were in a barren mountain range. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds in the sky. The wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. It was a normal sunny day, and there was nothing unusual about it. It was so peaceful that Yun Nuashing looked at it for a while before he remembered why he was here. He even took out the treasure map and looked at it. The red that represented their location had already overlapped with the blood-red demonic flame. However, we're here. He took a deep breath and rolled up the treasure map. But the surroundings are too peaceful. That's what we thought just now. Lan Xen shrugged her shoulders cutely. When they first arrived here, they thought that there was a mistake. However, when they saw the location marked on the treasure map, they knew that there was no mistake. This map had never made any mistakes, even though there were fewer cities marked on the map. Now, most of them were drawn by Yun Nuashing himself. I don't sense any special energy, fluctuations within a radius of 10,000 miles. It's desolate, bleak, and lonely. The life aura is normal, and the elemental energy distribution is normal. Little Bai looked around and spread his hands after a while, indicating that he was at his wit's end. He could only see such ordinary things. As for whether the place where the red lotus hellfire was located would have anything special, he didn't know. He had never seen the red lotus hellfire before. This place was as peaceful as described. It was unbelievably peaceful, not to mention the divine flame that was ranked 11th. Even the divine flame that was ranked 91st would be able to cause a drastic change in this world. However, this place was too peaceful. It was so peaceful that they couldn't even think that there was something wrong. Even the wind was filled with the scent of peace. Little White tilted her head. The North Ice Realm was not too far away from here. With their normal speed, they would be able to reach it in half a day. The air coming from the north was slightly cold. She did not know if it was coming from somewhere far away. Little Bai's nose twitched. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes lit up with a faint blue light. He smiled mysteriously. There's a faint smell of blood in the air. It's very, very faint. It's also mixed with all kinds of strange energy. The smell is very special. It's a mixture of many kinds of energy. Humans can't smell it. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She grabbed Little Bai and pinched his cheeks. You're a feline, not a canine. Little Bai's face darkened. His tail was about to explode. All right. I'll stop messing around. After pinching his cheeks for a while, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and sniffled. He looked around and asked, "Where did it come from?" "It came with the wind." Little Bai rubbed his red cheeks and mumbled. She pointed her finger at the far north. That was where the North Ice Realm was. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Multicolored and golden light surged into his eyes. His line of sight suddenly pierced through the starry sky. His expression changed. He smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly withdrew his line of sight. An ice-blue world appeared in his eyes. Along with it, a huge barrier that encompassed an area of 100 million miles appeared. Violent energy, sparks blasted thousands of tons of ice into the sky, turning it into a rain of ice that poured down from the sky. The multicolored energy ignited a dazzling fireworks in the North Ice world. The black energy was unusually vast, bringing the aura of death to the North Ice world, while the other energies were like 1,000 pounds of force that suppressed the power of death. "Oh, right. It's been 3 days." Yun Nuashing finally reacted. It had been a while. It was not unimaginable that the North Ice Realm would fight. There were so many places where the demon race gathered in the God Realm. The North Ice Realm had the largest number of demon emperors and the strongest fighting power. If they attacked the other places, the demon race experts might react. If they retreated, it would not be so easy to capture them again. Oh, but I think there should be a battle in many places at the same time. Maybe we'll receive such news in a few days. Yun Nuashing looked at the battle in the North Ice Realm with interest. He did not know anyone from the human race. The human race had sent out 60 emperor gods. Moreover, all of them were Third Revolution God Realm experts. It seemed that the human race had also sent out a great force. They wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. The energy waves of the eternal divine weapon. It seems that they are serious. It's a battle of life and death. There can only be one side that walked out of the North Ice Realm. Yun Nuashing blinked. The fierce battle in the distance caused a huge surge of energy that swept out the aura of the North Ice Realm. Like a storm, it disturbed the weather in a huge area. No wonder Little White was able to withstand the wind. How far away was it? Anyway, he could smell it from so far away. Little White shared his vision through the soul contract. After looking for a while, she nodded. "Oh, I hope they won't sink the North Ice Realm. There's an expert from the Nine Shrine there." There was a huge flash of energy which almost blinded the two. They saw a figure wrapped in black, mist tumbling out, and another 9 gods temple powerhouse rushed forward to finish him off. Just like that, a demon emperor powerhouse fell. The number of people on both sides was not proportionate. The demon race probably did not expect that they would be found in such a secluded place. That book of epics and pillar of creation of yours are really cheating things. Little White rolled his eyes at him. With the pillar of creation, everything that happened in the Pantheon world could not escape his eyes as long as he wanted to. He could monitor everything that happened in the Pantheon world by himself. Haha, it's tiring to use the power of the pillar of creation when not in the secluded place, especially when using it to sense things at such a high intensity. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He admitted that the pillar of creation was indeed cheating. However, that was only for the realm of the gods. After all, the pillar of creation only cared about the news in the realm of the gods. It could not care about what happened outside. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. The light in his eyes dissipated. He could just wait for the great victory. Now he needed to deal with the matter at hand. If there was something for him to deal with. Chapter 1062. A whirlwind blew on the yellow earth, and small grains of sand rolled lazily on the ground. The mountains in the distance were faintly golden under the sun, and the edges were swaying like waves. The difference in temperature affected the vision, making the land look strange. Over the mountain, they could see a small part of the desert in the center of the plain. The laziness caused by the high temperature made the birds resting on the bare branches too lazy to move. However, after being exposed to the scorching sun for a while, they still couldn't stand the high temperature and hurriedly flew towards the south. Their chirping was filled with resentment. A brilliant purple light, flashed across the sky, and a huge fire phoenix appeared above the yellow earth. Its shadow was only the size of a grain of rice on the ground. The huge fire phoenix hovered there for a while, and then flew in another direction. It drew a circle in the distance, and then circled back to its original place. The sun was scorching, and there were no clouds in the sky. 2 hours under the sun was enough to make everyone curse. Brother Nuashing, we have been circling around here for 3 hours. Lan Xin held an oil paper umbrella and fanned herself with her jade-like hands. Looking at the figure wrapped in black beside her, Mei Mao looked around. She felt hot just by looking at his outfit. She was worried about him. Little White was too lazy to grab a feather of the fire phoenix and hid inside. He curled up into a ball and yawned lazily. Yun Nuashing pulled his clothes to fan himself. The oil paper umbrella on his head couldn't block much of the heat. Speaking of which, people in their realm could sweat because of the sun? He must be a fake god. He could accurately control his own body condition at the celestial level. He wouldn't be so hot that he would shit, and he wouldn't be so cold that he would die instantly, unless it was so cold that the air was frozen. Lan Xin took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off his face. Mei Mao looked around and sighed helplessly. Wandering around like this is not a solution. We have searched everywhere within a radius of 10,000 miles, and we have ruled out the possibility of error. Yun Nuashing shook his head and stood up. With a thought, 5 black divine rings gradually appeared behind him. He waved his hand, and the book of the era appeared in his hand. Let me check it out. He took a deep breath, and the 5 divine rings lit up with extremely dim light, like the light of a firefly. It was very weak, and there was only a wisp of godly power that could be easily broken. That invisible energy had the power to make the heaven and earth submit to it. The book of the era suddenly flashed, and an invisible wave suddenly spread to every corner of the heaven and earth at an almost infinite speed. Everything in this world has nowhere to hide under my gaze. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned black. That formless wave swept past and covered almost half of the origin region. That probing wave didn't make anyone feel it. No one could feel it. In Yun Nuashing's senses, the world that was enveloped in half of the origin region turned colorful. Moreover, it was extremely bright, almost pure white. Hidden spaces would release extremely weak spatial waves, and no matter how weak they would be detected by Yun Nuashing. All the secrets in this area could not be hidden. It only lasted for an instant, and then Yun Nuashing frowned. The area that was enveloped was further expanded. In an instant, it had expanded to the size of the origin region. He could accurately sense the movements of more than half of the realm of the gods. He could see countless spatial waves in the distance. There were many hidden spaces in places that no one knew about and no one had set foot in. However, they were all very far away, and he did not need to pay attention to them now. Just as he was about to expand the area and increase the intensity of his detection, he suddenly frowned and raised his head to look at the sky. At the same time, the 5 divine rings gradually disappeared, and the book of the era dimmed. time was up. The godly power had been exhausted to its limit. If he used it again, it would lead to various situations. What's the situation? Lan Xan saw him raise his head and move the oil paper umbrella away. She also raised her head to look at the sky. As a result, she was almost blinded by the sun. She hurriedly closed her eyes. I'm not sure. In a place very far away, I sensed something in an instant. However, that movement, that's an unknown wave. It's very strange. Under the detection of my godly right, something that I can't analyze actually appeared. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. His godly right detection didn't only have detection abilities. He could analyze everything that was included in the detection of his godly right. For example, when the wave swept across the North Ice Realm, he saw the scene of an intense battle. He also learned that there were 23 demon emperors and 2 eternal divine weapons. Among them, there were 11 demon emperors in the latter third job transition and 12 demon emperors in the middle third job transition. The current situation was that only 3 demon emperors in the later third job transition still had less than half of their energy left. The rest were severely injured and were on the verge of defeat. One of them was even injured in a vital part, causing his energy to leak out. One of them even had half of his soul destroyed. This was the original power of his detection ability. Then, in this area where he could clearly detect everything, an unknown area had appeared. He was very concerned, especially at this location. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and the fire phoenix soared into the sky and swept toward the top. It looked like it would break through the top of the realm of the gods in an instant. That place has something to do with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Lan Xen pressed down her long hair that was being blown by the wind and asked in her soul, or rather, I hope that it has something to do with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Who knows? Yun Nuashing shrugged. To be honest, he felt that that place should have nothing to do with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He had subdued that thing before. So how could the Book of Epics not be able to analyze it? Even if it was the number 1 divine flame and the 3 special flames, the Book of Epics could analyze it clearly in a matter of minutes. Its characteristics, power, degree of formation, possibility of subduing, and so on were all clearly explained. Usually, when an unknown state appeared, it could only be a situation that it had never seen before. However, for the Book of Epics, it seemed that there were very few things that it had never seen before. Ding! Lan Xana was stunned. A crisp melody sounded. It was very soft and carried a burning sensation. It suddenly appeared in her heart, and she could not help but be stunned. When she came to her senses, she tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Brother Nuashing, did you hear something just now? What? Yun Nuashing looked at her in confusion and shook his head. I didn't hear anything, but Lan Xen opened her mouth and was stunned again. She quickly said, It's this sound. It sounds like the sound of a musical instrument. It's very soft at the beginning. Listen to it. Seeing that this girl did not look like she was joking, Yun Nuashing nodded. He waved his hand to stop the fire phoenix and sat down casually. Then the movements in his body gradually calmed down, and his life signs decreased to the lowest level. Lan Xan also held her breath and focused. It was empty all around. They were a few million miles up in the sky. There was not much sound of wind, and there were no clouds. From this height, they could see the things on the ground as small as sesame seeds. They could even see the city in the distance. Whitey carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened its eyes slightly, slowly calming its mind down. Ding. A crisp sound rang in his heart. It brought with it a faint warmth. It was as if he had wandered in the snow for dozens of hours in winter and had been saved by a bowl of warm soup. That crisp sound echoed in his heart. Xiao, Bai, and Lan Xan did not feel anything special. However, the sound created a storm in Yun Nuashing's soul. The whirlpool zither hidden in his heart also let out a crisp sound. Ding! It was as if the heavenly music of the great Tao had descended from the 9 heavens. The great Tao celestial song was played through the whirlpool zither, causing the rules within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to disappear instantly. It became a vacuum of rules. However, that was only for a moment. There was no sound after that. The vacuum of rules only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. That was Lan Xin, and Xiao Bai were shocked. They were instantly placed in a zone of no rules. They saw a strange phenomenon. However, it only lasted for a moment. That state did not last for long. Yun Nuoxing's palm touched his chest. His face twitched. He thought to himself. Luckily, the whirlpool zither did not make any sound after that. The great Tao celestial song played by the whirlpool zither was only one note. It did not release any form of destructive power. Hence, it did not cause any damage. This was very fortunate. Hence, the vacuum of rules within a radius of 1,000,000 miles only flickered and did not suddenly explode. When Lan Xin, and Little White heard the sound of the whirlpool zither, their expressions turned solemn. They had heard the sound in their hearts. It was ethereal and untraceable, but it had caused the whirlpool zither to echo. I suddenly feel that something is not right. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. She let the fire phoenix slowly fly upwards. In the spiritual world, the purple sea of fire was rolling. The flaming residence that Ziyi and the others had built shook. However, it quickly stabilized. Ziyi and Xiao Qing were sitting in the pavilion. Ziye's hands were trembling. It was a reaction caused by some kind of suppression. What's wrong? Xiao Qing still had a faint smile on her face. She turned her head and looked at Ziyi. She noticed Ziye's strange reaction. Ziyi shook his head blankly. Was it an illusion? Just as she was about to flip the book back to its original position, she suddenly thought of something. Her expression changed. She slammed the table and jumped up. Little idiot, something has happened. I don't need you to tell me. I've already seen it. Yun Nuoxing's faint voice stunned Ziyi and the others. They quickly shared his line of sight and saw the situation outside. They were in the star field. They had not left the real boundary of the divine world. However, they had already left the boundary of the divine world. In other words, they had already left the boundary set by the pillar of creation. However, there was still a barrier outside. It was left behind by the first great divine God. However, once they left the barrier of the pillar of creation, they could see the appearance of the starry sky. At this time, they had really arrived in the starry sky. They could see the huge divine world. It was like a ball, but also like a huge flat continent. This was the effect of the first divine God's barrier. On this huge continent, they could see many abnormally bright things. There were pillars that were as high as the sky. They were emitting a brilliant white light. 10 energy light pillars were slowly rotating around them. From this place, they could even see the scenery of the divine continent. However, these were not important. The most important thing was in front of them. It was right above the divine world. It was in the star field between the pillar of creation and the first divine God's barrier. Silver blue light fell from the sky and fell on the colorful energy barrier. It reflected a silver light. A faintly discernible rhythm flowed in this vacuum area. It ignored all obstacles and penetrated into their souls. They could hear it very clearly. It was not an orderly rhythm. It was just some rhythm. It was a pure rhythm. It was fragmented and could not be pieced together to form a rhythm. A star appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others. Of course, with their line of sight, they could see the star directly. It was silver blue. It was emitting a silver blue light. It was a silver blue star. It was not very big. Its diameter was probably only 10,000 miles. It was a complete sphere. It was not very bright. At least, it was not as bright as the sun. It was a small sun. At least, it had the appearance of a sun. It was a fireball that was condensed from magma. If no one could control it, the flames in this place would probably be in the shape of a sphere. Zai opened her mouth wide. She was speechless for a long time. She was stunned and did not know what to say. She could not say anything. There was no need to say anything. The violent light, purple sea of fire behind her had already described her state of mind. Her heart was beating very fast. The faintly discernible pressure made her feel uncomfortable. Little Qing blinked and waved her hand to seal Yun Nuoxing's soul world. Only then did Zai's weak and trembling state recover. Yun Nuoxing did not know what to say. This thing, they had come here to look for the red lotus hellfire. They did not expect to find the wrong place. Speaking of which, this thing was not marked on the treasure map. This thing was not born here. Even if it was born, it should not have been born here. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly and shook his head. Lan Xian, and Little White wanted to ask something. He softly said, "It is the fire of sound strings, ranked 5th on the divine flames list." 5th. Little White sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking about what he had just said, she said, "You said that it was not born here. Then where was it born? Did it float here?" "There are no conditions for it to be born." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Lan Xian, and the rest were confused. Even Zai was confused. Although she was a divine flame, she did not know much about these special existences that could be considered her compatriots. The fire of sound strings is the same as the red lotus hellfire. They are both very special. One is currently ranked 5th, while the other was originally ranked 4th. Because of a problem with its nature, it was thrown to 11th. Yun Nuoxing wrinkled his nose and said, "It is a man-made fire of God, created by a god? Can this be counted on the divine flames list?" Little White scratched his head in distress. "Why not?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said indifferently, "There are 150 divine flames recorded on the divine flames list. Some are born from nature, and some are created by extremely powerful gods. If it is an ordinary flame, do you think it can be counted on the divine flames list? Do you think it is a joke that it can be counted on the divine flames list?" Little White was stunned and shook his head. Indeed, based on the words fire of God, there was nothing strange about it. It would not be strange for those fellows who are good at creating to create anything. However, if it could be ranked on the divine flames list, it must have its own uniqueness. The fire of sound strings. I have only heard of this flame in rumors. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her bangs and said faintly, "The sound lawyers are Shin musicians. When they reach the divine realm, their music will be perfect. Their music will move the world and shatter the galaxy. However, this is only the beginning. Only when they reach the divine realm can they be considered to have just stepped onto the right path. In their pursuit of the ultimate goal, in order to touch the supreme peak, to break through the restrictions of the rules, to sublimate their own music divine right, they condense all their life's work, burn their own soul and divine right, and cause the void to tremble with a single song. There is nothing that gives them a greater sense of accomplishment than having their own song named 9 Songs of the Immortal Emperor. This is also one of the lifelong pursuits of the Shin musicians. However, the 9 Songs of the 9 Songs of the Immortal Emperor have never changed since ancient times. At least, the 9 Songs of the 9 Songs of the Immortal Emperor are the same as the 9 songs of this era. The fire of sound strings is another terrifying product created by the Shin musicians when their music reached the supreme peak. Its symbolic meaning is probably similar to what I just said. It is the condensation of the Shin musicians' life's work. It symbolizes the birth of the Shin musicians when they reached the peak. It is a cluster of flames, but it is not a flame. It just so happens to show such a form, so it is given the name of flame. The red lotus karmic fire was the manifestation of the rules. It was the condensation of the power of the rules, a special product born in the present world. It was the symbol of the power of the rules. The fire of sound strings was very similar to it, but the cradle of the fire of sound strings was music. Furthermore, it was the condensation of the life's work of a divine God who had reached the peak, including the divine position. Legend has it that most of the Shen musicians who can reach this step have already ascended to immortality. Yun Nuashing said with a strange expression, "Past the tribulation?" Little White's cheeks twitched. Then what was this? The moment they reached the peak, they left behind a proof that they had reached this place and touched the supreme peak? More or less, exhausting the strength of one's entire life, just like how I once pursued the realm of heavenly God, constantly pursuing that path. Others also have their own methods of pursuing that path. Perhaps they will end up sadly, or perhaps they will fight to the bitter end. For the sake of that final step, we have done everything we can. We have destroyed the world, brought about new life, and did not hesitate to shatter our own selves. That final step has trapped countless people and left behind countless regrets. There are also people like that. They are unwilling to stop here, but they are already disheartened and can't find a way to take another step forward. The road ahead is vast, but they can't lift their feet. They can only sublimate themselves to the limit, burn their divine blood and divine soul, and pierce through eternity and shatter the void. They hope that the moment they release their power to the limit and burn out, they will be able to touch the peak that they have been pursuing all their lives. Yun Nuashing clenched her fists. The birth of each string of fire means that a heavenly music god has truly touched upon that level, a level that even I have not been able to reach. He bit his lips and finally relaxed. He shook his head helplessly. It's just that when they burn everything, there is no way back. Even if they really touched that step, even if it was only for a moment, they really did touch it. But they didn't get the result they wanted. They were just staking everything on a single throw, just to prove that they could reach that faraway place, and then they were destroyed. The remaining spark condensed all of their distant longing, all of their unwillingness, and that moment of liberation. It's nothing more than the last words left behind by a Shen musician who had reached the peak. It can also be said that they left behind a declaration. Look, I've taken that step that none of you have taken. Like a child, they're showing off. Yun Nuashing gave a wry smile. Tell me, is this the mark of glory or the humiliation of defeat? At least in that moment, they had briefly touched that step that no one else could reach. But they had also paid a price for it. This price might have been forever. Who could tell if that was fortune or misfortune?